Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 five-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off your first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
I told you so. I told you so. I was one of the first content creators that called it out. I was one of the first, turn that off. I was one of the first content creators that did a video about it. People were mad at me. I had females calling in, caping for Carlee Russell. Did I not? Did I not? Bob, did I not have women calling in? I'm not going to name the names of some of the women who called in to the show, but there were women who called in. Black girl magic. Oh, women can do no wrong. Well, Carlee Russell did. I don't know about women, but I know Carlee Russell did wrong. CT, what evidence did you have? How did you know about Carlee Russell and all of this being a hoax? Well, I worked in law enforcement. I was a probation officer immediately after college. I've worked around criminals. I've worked around ex-felons. I've worked around a multiplicity of people throughout my life. I've been around the block or two. Do you think that this blazer and these glasses make you think that I'm some square? No. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Other content creators, I'm going to call them out. Anthony Brian Logan. He made a video talking about it being real, and then when it came out, he had to give a public apology. Scores. That's 20 for people. A score is 20. Scores of people, particularly women. They're setting up traps for women, particularly black women. They're using babies now. I called BS the first 20 minutes of me hearing about what happened to Carlee Russell. Did I not? For people who follow my channel, did I not? Did I not? See, you people think, oh, Chaotic's trolling. He's trying to be a shock jock. He's trying to be funny. To a degree, I am. To a degree, yeah, I am. But there is one thing about me that I will always remain consistent. Let me drink this water before I tell you. There is one thing about the chaotic truth that each and every last one of you that is listening to the Lapeef Network, that is listening to the Chaotic Truth, that is listening on other channels where I go, I'm always going to tell the truth. Chaotic Truth is silly. He's always being funny. He doesn't take things too seriously. Man, I do. I take everything seriously. I don't want to tickle you. I don't want to make you feel good when I deliver a message. But I also have truth in everything that I say, no matter how I say it. I did a 5-hour live stream about Carlee. I knew it was a hoax. Go back and listen to my videos. The day that came out, I did a video about it. I said, this is a hoax. That ain't no hoax. She really got kidnapped. How do you know that? Were you there? I'm almost 40 years old. I've been around the block. I just said that about 5 minutes ago. And I know a liar when I see one. But then again, I've lied before too, so I can sniff it out. I know when someone is trying to scam because I've been around scammers. I know when someone is being duplicitous. We all do. We're human beings. We're animals. We're apes. We're no different from the gorilla in the jungle, other than the fact that we wear cars and we drive metal boxes around. That's it. And we walk around with our light boxes, which are phones. But we're no different from those primitive mammals in the jungle. We're wild savages. We're manipulative. A lot of us are Machiavellian. From the moment I heard that story, I said, none of it makes any sense. I get a phone call the day that it supposedly happened. A confidant told me, hey, did you hear about what happened to some black girl in Alabama? I said, no, I didn't know what happened. What happened? Well, a baby was walking along the highway and she gets out of her car and tries to save the baby. That's when the light bell, bing, that's when the light bell went off. Well, what do you mean, chaotic? What do you mean the light bell or the light went off in your head? Well, I'll tell you. I've grown up around blacks. I know black behavior. I'm the Negro whisperer. I know black behavior. I know black females. I've been around them for almost 40 years of my life. I'm 38. When my confidant told me, when my confederate told me, when my friend told me that a black female stopped on the side of the road at 9 o'clock at night to help somebody, I said, bullshit. Bullshit. Not to say that black women wouldn't help anybody, or especially a child in need. Yeah, if a baby had been walking outside in front of her yard or maybe the neighbor's yard, yeah, she probably would have helped. But what I've known about black women, and women in particular, they ain't stopping on no highway to be no damn superhero. Stop it. It's not in their nature. It's not in their nature. Women at the end of the day are primarily concerned with their own existence. Let's be honest. A lot of women walk around and they're selfish. They're narcissistic. Kid or no kid, man or no man, or if a woman had been on the sidewalk, on the side of the road, no, women just aren't built like that. Well, chaotic, how do you know that? Well, all we have to do is look at society. Who goes and fights in the wars? Who builds? Who works on the side of the roads? Who are the first responders? Who digs ditches? Who works in the coal mines? Who works in most mines? It's not women. Yeah, you get a woman here or there, but women are not built like that, and they're not supposed to be built like that. They are not heroes. They're just not. My mom a hero though. Man, that's your mom taking care of you when you were a child, breastfeeding you and feeding you. But other than that, women aren't superheroes. Men are. Men aren't. It wasn't. Let me be careful here. It wasn't hundreds of women running into into the towers on September 11th. It was men. It wasn't hundreds of firefighters and hundreds of police officers that were women rushing into those towers. It was men. And as it should be. You only said that because she black. No, I'm not. I'm saying that because I know human beings. I'm not just the Negro whisperer. I'm also the human whisperer. And I know that women just don't have that gene. Yeah, a woman will help a child out that's immediately by her in the confines of safety. But women are out for themselves generally. When I first heard that she stopped her car and supposedly got out, I said, this didn't happen. Then the individual who told me said, oh, you're just saying that because she's a black woman. No, I'm not. I'm saying that because I know the female animal human, and women are not in the business of helping others if it doesn't serve their interest. They're just not. Well, it's a baby though. So what? Most women would drive by on the freeway and keep driving ahead, just call the police. They're not getting out their cars. Are you out of your mind? I've been around them. I've been around women all my life, and I'm telling you, they are not altruistic. They're not. As much as people try to pretend that women are these loving, warm creatures that are just so, no, they're not. A woman is definitely not going to help out a man, definitely not going to help out a fellow woman, and more than likely, she's not going to help out anybody on the side of a dark road on a highway. I go to the computer that same day and I'm reading the situation. Well, Carlee Russell is 5'4" and she weighs 160 pounds. So then I look at Carlee Russell, I look at this female and I say, wait a minute. This female is not 160 pounds. This female is bigger than me, and I've weighed 160 pounds before. This female is bigger than me, and I'm a man. This female in this photo right here weighs at least 190 pounds. Well, chaotic, what does that mean with her weight? Well, I'll tell you what it means. Nobody is going to have to nobody, even a kidnapper, wants to do a job that's damned hard. Men understand work smarter, not harder. You want to know why a lot of kidnapped individuals in this trafficking industry are children? Well, maybe it's because children weigh 70 pounds. I don't know. I'm not, of course, I don't know anything about it, but I could only assume. Who in their right mind is going to kidnap? And I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but who in their right mind is going to stalk a freeway anticipating an adult getting out the car? And not to mention, it's a big black girl. Stop it. I knew it. I knew when I saw the weight. I said, forget 160. This girl's 190. Could you imagine having to deal with somebody that big, male or female. Somebody who's probably sober. And if she starts flailing her arms, acting a fool, now you have another problem here. So when I saw the girl, Carlee, I've been around a lot of women, so I can pretty much, without a shadow of a doubt, pinpoint a female's weight within 10 pounds of accuracy. I said, ain't no way a kidnapper snatched up this big black girl in 2 seconds. Ain't happening. Ain't happening. Ain't happening. Not to mention, most females that are trafficked are generally prostitutes, generally women who are in the underworld. That was another red flag. It was so many red flags that the day that it happened, I said, I got to talk about this because I believe that this is a hoax. I believe that that girl was seeking attention. And she was. Look at her age. She's 25. This is a Gen Zer. She's grown up on social media. This girl doesn't care about her nursing profession. She doesn't care about her massaging profession. She cares about getting clout because that's what this generation wants overall. They don't care about reputation anymore. You got females who are doctors, lawyers, engineers doing OnlyFans. Tell me I'm lying. They don't care about reputation anymore. And truth be told, they don't care anymore because there's no more shaming culture anymore. Let me drink some water. Savage with the $2 super chat says, you were the Nigerian prince from the early 2000s. Yes. The ones who were saying, if you give me $2,000, I'll put $500,000 in your bank account. Yeah, I remember those Nigerian scammers. There were too many red flags. Too many. I got on Google Maps and I surveyed the land. The trees from the shoulder of the highway to the residential community, about 100 feet, 150 feet. This girl planned it out all along. She could run through the woods and pretend like, oh, she's kidnapped. I knew it all along. The miscellaneous wig being left on the ground. Come on. That sounds like she put that on the ground to make it seem like she was in some sort of struggle and somebody snatched her hat wig off. Carlee wasn't fooling me. She may have been fooling you, but she wasn't fooling me. Then when the information came out in the first press conference, the cell phone data, she was looking up the movie Taken. She was looking up Amber Alerts and seeing how old do you have to be on Amber Alerts. She bought some Cheez-Its. I said, this girl's insane. She's 25 years old. She's eating Cheez-Its like she's a little kid. I called it from day one. People say that I'm trolling. People say that I'm a coon. You can say whatever you want to say about me. But I'm generally right about everything that I say. That girl is a selfish, narcissistic. I would even go as far as to say psychotic. And she did it for clout. But the unfortunate nature is this. She's going to get a book deal. She's going to get interviews on, I don't even know if they still do daytime television, but she'll probably get interviews on The View. She'll start her OnlyFans. And this is the society that we live in. Guys, salute to you all. Positivity is definitely coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. I want to send a big shout out to Seven Still. Thank you so much, Seven Still, for being in the building. Tatum, thank you so much, man, for always being there. We got Beak in the building. Thank you so much, Beak. We got Badass in the building. We got Bob in the building. Salute to you, Bob. We got Vici in the building. We got Kyronetta in the building. Kyronetta, salute to you. We got Trina in the building. Salute, Trina. We got Valerie. We got Savage, of course. Thank you so much, Savage. I hope all is well with you and yours. Who else do we have? We got T Spells. We got Angela in the building. Let me see. We got Little King in the building. We got JT in the building. Salute to you, JT. Who else do we have in the building? We got Cold Blood in the building. Angela, thank you so much, Angela. Who else do we have in the building? We got Andrea. I want the women to call in today. I want the men to call in. I want to know what the women think about Carlee. I want to know what the women think about her behavior. I want to know, does this set a precedent? And a precedent meaning, will women be viewed as the crying boy who cried wolf? Remember that story from when we were kids? Remember that story? I've been saying it for years. The worst thing people can do is automatically believe what any woman says. And I've been saying it for years. Before the woke culture, before social media, I've been saying it. Me and Anton got into a conversation over a year ago. Or was it Anton? I think Anton actually was in my favor. I think we were speaking to someone, but someone has said that a third of Black women, particularly, were SA'd growing up. And I said, that is damn fascinating. You mean to tell me nearly half of Black women were SA'd growing up? The person said, well, I've been around a lot of females and they've told me that. I said, man, is it possible that they're lying? Do you mean to tell me half of Black American women have been SA'd growing up? That is quite damn fascinating. But it's America. It's this I need to be a victim culture. I need to be a victim. And this is scary. This is a tragedy, what is going on in this country. There are no more great wars. There are no famines. And people in this country are yearning for something. That's probably why there's so much depression. You're in your 7-bedroom homes. You have your Italian couches, Italian leather couches. You're sitting in front of your $3,000, 75,000-inch TV with your Maseratis outside in the driveway. And there's something in that human spirit that says fight, but there is no more fighting. So you start making up things, and that's what's really happening in this country. That's why depression is through the roof. What are you depressed about? I'm just so depressed. What are you depressed about? Are you depressed because you live in the, I mean, what are you depressed about? You live in the greatest country on the planet. You make more money per day than most people make in a month around the globe. What are you depressed for? It's that yearn, it's that desire. And a lot of people don't know how to combat that feeling of emptiness. And that's what Carlee is. Carlee grew up in a great home, 2-parent household, great community. She's a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. She embarrassed the organization. College educated. But she's still yearning for something. Carlee, if you're listening to this, and hopefully you are, I will purchase you a one-way ticket, or I will purchase a ticket for you to go to the Democratic Republic of Congo. I will purchase a one-way ticket for you to go to South Sudan. I will purchase a ticket for you to go to Niger. If you are yearning for something to overcome, let me send you to a place where people live in abject poverty. Let me send you to a place where there is no running water in most of the city. Let me send you to a place where there is no electricity past a certain time. Let me send you to some place where there's ethnic violence and religious violence. Let me send you to a place where there's political corruption at the highest levels of government. Let me send you to a place like that. Let me send you to a place like South Sudan where there's a civil war taking place. Maybe that's what you really need. Maybe that's what you're yearning for. Because here in America, you can't be here amongst us and other people like you because you're anarchist. You can't stand the order that is in this country. So you make things up to cause chaos and disorder. Where are the women at? I want the women to call in particularly because this is a woman's or a women's issue here. Women suffer from the highest levels of depression. Women have movements in their favor, hashtag movements on social media. You can't look at a woman wrong in this day and age. And that's what Carlee was trying to do there. Blaming it on a man. Blaming it on a white man. That's what she did, causing mass hysteria. And that's what she did. That's what she did. I see you guys in the back. Give me a second. I really want the women to call in. I want the women to call in and speak on behalf of their sister. She could have got a man killed. She could have got a man imprisoned. All because she's lying. All because she is dissatisfied with this great country. And that's what it really is. It's really a dissatisfaction with this country. We have law and order here. We have peace and tranquility here. And I say for these types of people, send them to the third world. Send them. I need to run for the 119th Congress. Because I would write legislation. Hopefully it gets pushed through. Hopefully committees will view it. And I would say, you know what, for dissidents in this country, for malcontent, let's start sending these people over to the third world. One-way tickets. So you can really see how good you really have it in this country. Carlee, you're a liar. You're a cheater and a thief. I hope they take away your sorority letters. And this is coming from an alpha. You disgraced Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. You disgraced black women. You disgraced women in America, to be completely honest. You had hundreds of men searching for you. You had dogs searching for you. Manual labor looking for you, all because you're a narcissist, psychopath. I don't even think you have schizophrenia. And that's what I was saying at first. I don't think this is schizophrenia. I think you are well aware of all of your actions. And your online search history proves it. Your parents should be ashamed of not only you, but themselves. And society needs to call you out. More women need to call you out. You had those beautiful white people searching for you. Oh, let's go look for Carlee. You know, black people ain't gonna do it. Let's go look for Carlee in the woods and blah, blah, blah. Hey, did you see this black girl? You know, you had dogs looking for you. Where Carlee at? You know, looking for your black girl. You had black women afraid to go out. They gonna get us with a baby. I said, these black chicks are stupid. Do you honestly think a baby was walking on the shoulder of a highway? You see how dumb kids are? Something, you know, kids are stupid. Do you think a kid is gonna walk 200 yards without walking into traffic? Have you seen? Listen, my brother just had my brother's kid is 2 years old, and I'm telling you, he bumps into the wall and falls everywhere. Kids don't have coordination. They don't have dexterity. But supposedly this kid is able to walk. Stop, Carlee. Stop it. Give me one more minute. I'm bringing you up. All right. I'm also going to talk about Bronny James, and I'm also going to talk about Adrian Broner. Oh, man. Hey, I'm still rooting for AB, man. I'm still rooting for AB. Not because me and him are both from Ohio. I know. He's from the Natty. I'm from Northeast. But I still believe, man, that AB will be will come back and be the superstar that he was supposed to be. He sent out a lengthy apology letter to P. Diddy, Jay-Z, the Charlo twins, and a host of other people, Tank, and a host, Floyd, of course. And I want to talk about that as well later on. But that's for the guys. That's not for the females. But I want the females to call in. And what I will do is, if there's a man on the panel, I'm going to drop the men, and I'm just going to talk to the ladies. Because I want to talk about Carlee. I want to talk about this 21st century mammy. Because that's what she is. That's what she is. And, you know, I'm not trying to generalize black women. But I've been saying this since college. And a lot of people used to get mad at me, want to fight me. I'ma beat up chaotic. You ain't gonna beat up nothing, nigga. You ain't gonna beat up nothing. I've been saying it since college. I think a lot of black women were capping back in the day. Mr. Charlie raped me. No, he didn't. You're lying. You're lying. I was one of the first black people to say that openly. 2004, Kent State University. Yep. Oh yeah, I got receipts. I used to write papers on it. I said I believe that a lot of those grape accounts, those essay accounts, didn't really happen. Well, all because of what Carlee did? No, I've been saying this for 20 plus years. We have this, especially the black culture, lives in imagination land. Imagining that black women weren't sexually attracted to white men. I think Carlee, if it were no cameras on that highway that day, and if this was 1992, there would be a manhunt for some white dude with red hair. Oh yeah, made up by Carlee. She said a red hair. Don't know niggas have no red hair. Well, maybe Dennis Rodman. I mean, and he's kind of like a white dude, but But don't know niggas have no red hair. Hey, you from the dub? You from the dub? Hey, let me ask you a question. Do you know the Jenkins family? Do you know the Jenkins family? I was very close with them back in the day, the Jenkins. Now I'm really gonna dox myself. Let me see what he says. Abe, let me see what Abe says. Let me see what he says. I don't want to say their first names, but I'm pretty sure you know who they are. I don't know how old you are, Abe, but I'm pretty sure you. Let me see what Abe says. Okay, he said yes, sir. Okay. All right. I don't want to say I was real close to. I'm not gonna say his real. I'm not gonna say his whole name, but I was real close to D. Yeah, D. He went to Kent. Yeah. I'm not gonna say his name, but yeah. So the fact of the matter is that Carlee's a liar. And women like this are dangerous. They'll lie on you as a man. They'll say you did something to them. And you got to be careful of these types of females. And you have to be really careful of these types of people, not just females, but men too. I know I go down the rabbit hole sometimes, and that's what makes me a unique Negro. A lot of Negroes are just base surface. They're just surface. But I'll go down the rabbit hole of some Negroes. And the fact of the matter is that I believe, and just hear me out, I believe that this has been going on for quite some time. Yeah, I know Dave. Yeah, yep. I know him when I met him when I was a kid. It's unfortunate what happened. I was real close with his son. Yep, I was real close with his son. Let me see. Oh, they were your neighbors? Oh man, yeah. I used to be over there all the time when I was a kid. Yep, in the dub. Yeah. Yep. So you knew Clarette too then, right? Let me see what Abe says. Yeah, Abe, I don't really want to get their business out, but yeah, I knew Seeb before, I knew Seeb too. And I knew Dave's son. I'm not gonna say his name, but yeah. If any women want to call in, please do. Please do. Savage, your family's from the. I didn't know your family was from the Dub. Okay, yeah, from the Dub. Yeah. So yeah, from the Dub, and then hey, we used to drive to Sharon, PA, and kick it too, man. Then we used to go to Farrell and kick it. Yeah. We had to check in with the Pharaoh though. Yeah, I don't know if you've been. Hey, I know you've been to Pharaoh, so we had to check. We literally we had to check in when we went to Pharaoh. Yeah, but we knew people in Pharaoh though. You want me to send the link? The link should already be in the chat. Let me see. The link should be in the chat real quick. Hold on for a second. All right, guys. You you can come back, man. I really would prefer women to call in today. Hold on, let me drop the link. Okay, the link is pinned at the top, but I'll put it in the chat though. Okay. But I was saying this years ago, man. I was saying that a lot of things about history may not be true, man, because people are liars, and people will make a will create a story to fit their sick narrative. You know, you ever met somebody who woke up angry? Just wake up angry. They're emotionally unstable, and truth be told, I don't blame it solely on this, but I would argue that a lack of exercise, bad diet, watching images seeping into your brain will cause somebody to go crazy. And a lot of people in this country are nut jobs. Oh, yeah. Carlee, look at this. The broad is eating Cheez-Its and watching the movie Taken. That lets me know everything about this crazy broad all right then and there. But I was one of the first to call it. I was one of the first people to call it. And I've been around the block. I knew girls in high school and college that would just lie and make up a story about something, just something crazy. I was dating a girl one time and she told me that her dad was a lawyer. I never met him, but every time I would talk to her, she'd say, "Yeah, my dad out here fighting with his friends, yada 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 yada." I drove to her house one time and I'm like, "Well, where's your dad at?" "Oh, well, he just left." Never met her dad before. They come to find out she was lying. He wasn't a lawyer. And I'm like, "Well, why did you lie and say he was? It doesn't make any sense." Like, all right, okay, why did you lie and say he was a lawyer? But she would create these stories when she would be on the phone with me. It was just weird. I'm like, why are you creating these? Oh yeah, it was really strange. Hey, let them know, man. Clarette had a lot of juice in Ohio, man. I would even argue over than LeBron. He had a lot of juice. He's partly responsible for Ohio State getting that ship. So, hey, a lot of people don't know that, but yeah. I met him. I didn't actually go over to him and talk to him, but he was at Chaparral's one time in Akron. Hey, dude walked through. Yeah, he was a live dude, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Clarette had juice, man. Oh yeah. If Carlee, if you're listening, you need help. And I'm saying this not as a fraternity brother to a sorority sister. I'm saying this as a person who really doesn't want people like you in this country anymore. I really don't. I ain't gonna lie to you. You're using up resources, embarrassing yourself and Black women, embarrassing the Divine Nine. You got to get you up out of here, man. Send your little black ass to Bosnia because you want to struggle. You want to overcome something and be victorious. Because think about the movie Taken, the movie that you like. You want to overcome story. So go to Bosnia. Go to Czechoslovakia. But you can't be here anymore. You can't be here. Abe says, I don't know if you know Brandon Rogers. He moved to Florida. His son is the receiver for Ohio State freshman Bryson Rogers. No, I don't know who that is. No, I don't know who that is. What's going on, man? His ghetto point of view. What's happening? You're on mute, bro.
This is a crazy world we live in, sir. Can you see me? I can't. Oh, here we go. What's going on, family? Peace to everybody in the chat. How are you, good sir? This is a crazy, crazy world we living in, man. We live in a world where if you say that somebody who uses the resources of the people should pay it back or should be held accountable, you are a coon. You are disloyal to your people. You are caping for whitey. You're everything in, but a child of God when you want people to be held accountable for the things they do. And it's only when it's only certain groups of people, of course. But I won't go too crazy yet because I know we're gonna get into it. How are you, man? You looking rather sharp today.
Thank you so much, man. I'm awesome, man. So I came out with it and I said that this was a hoax from the get-go.
You did.
I said that there were a lot of red flags. There were a lot of cookie crumbs. And, one thing being the Negro whisperer that I am and being around Blacks all my life is that I know when something doesn't add up. Most Black women are obese in this country. Not all of them, but I would say about 75%. I don't know anything about the trafficking industry because I don't traffic people and I didn't work on cases like that. But I could only assume that the person that you don't want to probably kidnap is a 190-pound female.
It's so crazy. Not to cut you off, but I was watching. Shout to. Did you see Sound of Freedom yet?
I have not. No,
sir. It's an excellent film. If you got guys, it's hard to watch. It is hard to watch. Like I was watching it with the missus, and she broke down. It's got some stuff in there, but I definitely recommend it if you get a chance. I know they're trying to push it as right-wing propaganda, but the long and short of it is everybody that they tried to traffic in the movie were super slim and skinny.
Yeah.
Nobody has time to try to sit there and tackle a larger person for the sake of trying to traffic just one extra person in the truck.
Yeah, trafficking takes conditioning, right? So generally, and this is going to go down a creep hole. It is susceptible to brainwashing. They're susceptible to manipulation. Where a 25-year-old who's just a regular person, I mean, you're not gonna really get a person like that to do whatever nefarious things that these scumbags are doing, unless the 25-year-old has a history of being on the streets, drugs, sex, like in terms of prostitution.
Yes,
you're not really gonna get some 25-year-old mammy who has a college degree, sorority. It's not gonna be, and she probably weighs as much as a defensive tackle in the NFL. It's not gonna be that damn easy. But go ahead though.
No, you absolutely right. generally speaking, when you hear about those stories of those young ladies who are being trafficked, there's a history that's being built up. They started when they were 12,
Yeah.
13. They started messing with guys that were
Yeah.
older than them. They were doing things. They were staying out all night. Nobody was checking behind them. They
Yeah.
might have had a spell or two inside a teen correctional facility. Then next thing you know, they come up missing. They come up chopped up.
Yeah. Let me read this super chat real quick. Marriage, Politics, and Sports. Thank you so much for being a member. Salute to you. Says she must have done some jail time, 6 months to a year. Oh, she must do some jail time, 6 months to a year. The white baby was all I needed to hear to know it was a hoax. Yeah, I mean, it goes back to what me and his ghetto point of view were saying. You got to follow, what's up, Roz? You got to follow the cookie crumbs. And I've worked again in law enforcement. And I can tell you, man, everything about that story didn't add up, man. I'll tell you something else that didn't add up. This, what do they call it? This phantom kid. I've been around 1-year-olds and 2-year-olds. They're stupid. They're dumb. They're supposed to be. Their brains aren't developed. My brother's kid, he bumps into walls and falls randomly. Ain't no way in hell some kid was on the shoulder of a freeway and he managed to stay within the shoulder. Ain't happening.
For 6 football yards.
For 600 yards. I would even argue if it was 10 yards, the kid couldn't do it. So right then and there, I said, this is a hoax. It's a hoax. And then again, what is up with these Cheez-Its? What sane person eats Cheez-Its? That's also how I knew, you know what, this girl's a nut job. You don't just go to the store and say, hey, let me get some Cheez-Its. Let's get some Cheez-Its. Are you crazy? So go ahead, sir. Then let's get Roz girl in.
Peace to you, Roz girl. What's going on? Please jump in.
Hey, how you doing? I think that it was sad what happened. I don't know if she had, I don't even want to say she had mental issues or anything, because even if you have any type of mental illness, you still are able to, gauge right from wrong. You might not make the best decisions, but you're still able to gauge right from wrong. And right from wrong doesn't have any color to it. So I definitely think that if there's any laws that's been broken, she definitely needs to be prosecuted for that and go to jail. I do want to tell the Black people, the Black population, the Black men that love us Black women so much, that let's not let this one define the many that, might be really out there struggling and going through trafficking or any type of situation like that. Like she doesn't represent all of us, but she does represent a young, immature girl trying to get some attention, living in this social attention crave world that we're going through right now.
Hey Ross, one of the there was this gentleman, he's actually the head of an organization that deals with trafficking and stuff. And he said situations like this can create what's known as like traffic fatigue or like kidnap fatigue with the public, where like they won't pay attention to the stories of girls that really need help. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that he's definitely right. But morally, we're just always I think morally, if someone is in distress or we assume they're in distress, we should help. I can understand where he's coming from, but morally, we should always step. We should always make that call and let them do their jobs and find out if it's right or not.
I have a question for you, Roz. Should her letters be snatched?
Oh, definitely. Letters snatched, practicing license. I believe she's a nurse or trying to be. That should be taken away for at least a year or so. Probation if they don't want to put her in jail, but something, because she really sat up there and fathomed a whole story, had a whole group of people, not just Black women, white women, the whole everybody. And we came out in masses, so yeah, all of that should be gone.
HB says get Roz girl out of here. Let me ask you a question, Roz girl. What were the cookie crumbs for you that made you think? I think you thought it was real at first, right?
Yeah, I definitely thought it was real. The only thing that I second guessed was when you said she could be abducted by aliens. I actually considered that.
Yeah.
But other than that, I thought it was real because I don't think any say every day going to work with it person will come out and fabricate a story like this. But the baby on the side of the road and nobody else called in a baby. Nobody else on the highway said they saw a kid walking. That was real fishy for me.
Are you a fan of my cookie crumb where I said, ain't no way somebody's going to kidnap a sober 183-pound black female?
No, I don't agree with that.
Really? Okay, go ahead. Why don't you agree with that?
Because I think that they'll take you whether you're sober or not. They might have a harder chance trying to take you if you're not inebriated. But yeah, I think it don't matter how you look. They're not out there trying to kidnap you because they want love and affection. They're trying to kidnap you because you make money and you're somebody's fetish, whether you're big or small. So
now,
it really
Rob,
doesn't matter.
I see where you're coming from, but I worked, and I told you this before, I worked at a nonprofit where we had to restrain badass kids. And I told you it was this girl. She was about 12. She was about 5'8", 5'9". So she's taller than me. This broad must have weighed at least 210 pounds. She was acting a fool, and we're legally bound to restrain them. So we're trying to restrain her, and I try to grab her, and she's ragdolling me. Just think about that for a minute. This is a whole 12-year-old. So she's ragdolling me. My legs are in the air. I'm trying to grip her. And so I see what you're saying, but honestly, more than likely I gotta go with his ghetto point of view. Their traffickers are trying to take smaller people. Not to say that you're wrong. I see where you're coming from, but go ahead.
They got some 12-year-old big boned girls out there. They'll be trying to get them.
Okay, all right.
What would you say is the percentage, Roz, of big boned people that get trafficked versus slim and slender?
I don't know the number on it. I don't know the percentage of big boned people, but I definitely think they out there trying to get the big ones too.
Mr. Charles says, obviously, Roz girl has never done a 100-yard dummy run. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what. If you look at it, they would have had to drag her big ass through those woods. And I'm telling you, man, it's only so much.
Didn't she also say they made her climb a gate? Didn't she also say they made her go over a gate before they put her in the truck?
Like, you would have to drug her, get her. I mean, it ain't. I mean, listen, man, we got to take into account of weight. It ain't like this girl was 90 pounds, man. Let's be honest. And the newspaper, they lied too. They said this girl 160. I said, now why are they gonna lie on this girl like that? Now I've been 160, and this girl bigger than me at 160. Stop. No. Japrice, what's up?
Hi, CT. Hi, everyone.
Peace.
So now it's been confirmed that this is a hoax. What does this say to women in the country? Or about women in the country? Go ahead.
What do you mean? Like,
well, when women, for example, with Roz girl and what she said about kidnapping fatigue or trafficking fatigue, or is it going to cause? So the next time we hear about a woman being kidnapped, are we going to say, honey, is the meatloaf ready? Let me turn the channel, because it's like we don't care about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that that story kind of hurt women who may have actually been kidnapped, but I don't think that Black women in particular are just out here being sex trafficked, out here being kidnapped.
What do you mean?
Because honestly, because no one, it sucks. I mean, it sucks to say. I'm just gonna say it, because they always say that Black women are the least desired. So I don't think that we're just out here just getting kidnapped. If you see the ones on the corner and all that stuff, they're out there willingly, and they willingly get a pimp and all that stuff. So I don't think that Black women are getting sex trafficked, kidnapped in masses. No. And especially the weight thing. Absolutely. I don't think that like Roscoe said, it may be a fetish, but I'm gonna say that that's slim to none as well, because most black women out here are not looking like themselves, so they're not getting the. I didn't believe the story to begin with, anyway. But
John the Baptist with the $5
yeah,
super
I
chat
don't
says,
think that.
I could bench press 550 pounds. I can't carry a 100 pounds woman 300 feet. Japrice, what was the biggest cookie crumb that made you believe that this was a hoax?
Okay, so so when you did your so first and foremost, I always question things that are being posted by black people. Unfortunately, that's just how I think now.
Let's
I
be
always
honest.
question. Wait a minute. Let me dig deeper in this before I start believing this, because black people, we believe anything, and I'm not saying that people were wrong to believe.
John, Japrice, you there? Japrice?
Can you hear me?
I
Yeah,
hear you
can you hear
now. Go
me?
ahead. What'd you say?
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I said I question stuff a lot nowadays when the masses of people start posting stuff. So off the back, I questioned. Then I heard that she said that it was a toddler, had a diaper on. I'm like, wait a minute. Like toddlers 2 and up, most of them are not wearing diapers. And how did you see the diaper? Was he naked or she naked with the diaper on? So that there, I question it.
Is this the hoax of the century?
I I don't. I mean, I do think it's it's very funny and silly. I don't know. I don't really know too many stories like this one besides Juicy Smollett, but I don't really know. But the fabricated story, the lies, it was just silly, and it was funny.
Well, when I was in college many years ago, Japrice, many years ago, there was I was in the library and I saw all these white kids running because back then we had the larger TV screen. So all these white kids were running to the TV screen. I'm like, what the hell is going on over there? What are these whiteys? What are these whiteys watching? It was a damn balloon it was like a balloon or something, a big ass balloon that was just floating in the air. And I'm like, what the hell is this? So for 5 hours, we were just staring at this balloon. A few days later, Japrice come to find out that these white folks were lying. Did you know about this story? It was like a balloon carriage, like one of those with a hot air small balloon things. Did you hear about this, Japrice? I don't know what's going on with Japrice. His ghetto point of view in Rise Girl, I'm pretty sure you guys know about that one.
No, I didn't hear about that one.
Hunky lied. Hunky stood up there and said, "My son is in that damn balloon."
Oh yeah.
Watching that damn balloon for 5 hours, 6 hours. The next day, I come to find out that this Hunky didn't lie.
That's a mess.
Go ahead, Rosger. Remember that one? Go ahead.
I do remember that, and Japrice is right. Like how we all cling to information. I remember that moment. Classes was out for us too in school. Like that day, horrible. Yeah.
So, do you guys believe that? So, let me ask you this: is that hoax worse than, because there was a lot of resources being used, but which one do you think was worse?
I think both of those was pretty bad, but I got one that might be even worse than those. That unfortunately was another sister.
Go ahead.
Tawana Brawley. Do y'all remember that one?
See, we're talking about the 21st century, right?
Wasn't she in the 21st century?
I thought Tawana Brawley was in the. Tawana Brawley was in the. Wasn't that the 1980s or something?
1990s, 1980s.
That was the famous grape case from the 80s.
Yeah, she had like feces and all that all over her and stuff. And she had like KKK written on her and all that wild stuff.
Yeah.
It turned out that she did all that stuff to herself.
Yeah.
And she had and it was all, she alleged that it was like the district attorney and lawyers and all of that. That was the ones that did it to her. and she had Al Sharpton and all of them out here ready to like chop off the heads and people. It was damn near about to be a race war out here in New York. And then it comes out that she did it to herself. She still to this day, she only paid back 1% of the money that was spent with all those resources. No one's complaining about it. And it's like, to me, this is just like 2.0 of that.
Do you believe a lot of these hoaxes are just for money making schemes?
Oh, absolutely. Didn't you hear? They said Al Sharpton said, "Yo, if I beat this Tawana Brawley case, this will make me the biggest person on the whole world."
First of all, let's clarify.
He was a scumbag,
and I don't know that he really understood. The question was being answered. He did answer other questions, kind of on the same level. But after the initial interview with all the people out in front, I told everybody, my kids and my wife, to come inside. And I looked behind me. They weren't there. So then I go over to open the garage, and Falcon's climbing up in the joist in the attic space. And Rapper's there. So then I look to the right, and there's like 30 press people there. And anyway, somebody had asked him if they could he would show them how he got in the attic. So he was obliging them. And one of the guys told me it was for some. One of the guys told me it was for some TV show. So that's what he was referring to. That's what he was referring to. When,
oh my God! Yeah, that father was a complete scumbag. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I think he served about a year in prison or something. He had to pay $36,000 in restitution. He got 90 days in jail. 90 days in jail. Sorry.
Yeah, trying to get on reality TV.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Deep H2O, what's up?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What say you about Carlee Russell, sir? Were you the cashier that sold her the Cheez-Its?
Well, I ain't gonna say I would have sold her Cheez-Its, even though the stock in Cheez-Its has probably skyrocketed.
That's a fact.
As we speak.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of want some now, but go ahead.
All right. What I would like to say is that I just want to lace y'all with this.
Go ahead.
This is about money laundering and extortion. When we look at the timeline of everything that went on, and we talking about now that she came up with the confession that, oh, I lied about everything, which we knew, any sentient being knew that she was lying about this because she had too much information about an abduction. And if you look at abduction cases, most of the victims that survive abduction, they don't really have cognizant information about, all right, I got picked up, I don't know where I'm at, they're bound, they're tied, they're gagged, everything. She had a complete timeline of everything that transpired. Now, here, let's fast forward. Hoover police and all the authorities, they're on the hook right now because they got to do something. They either got to let this girl get a slap on the wrist, or we're going to find out she's part of a bigger ring, which implicates her father, her mother, her sorority,
be careful.
Everybody that's involved.
Be careful. Go ahead.
Okay. They up to something. They up to something. They moving money because the dad is an executive on the board of a real estate company that's in Birmingham and in Hoover. The mom is the Eastern Star. And now we're getting reports that, oh well, the dad is
careful.
he's a Mason. Oh, wait. Just
let's get him up out of here.
The
Trying to
plot
get it.
thickens.
I'm sorry. go
Trying
ahead,
to
Dan.
get it. Trying to get his 33rd degree.
Sir.
The
Sir.
mom is the Eastern Star.
Oh,
I just
Wow.
want to say that I do not know this man. I don't know what he's talking about.
I have no idea.
I have no idea what this man is talking about. I just want to point that out. Thank you.
The views and opinions expressed by all the people on the panel are not necessarily chaotic to the chaotic truth show.
Chaotic. I'm gonna leave it right there.
No, you can continue. I'm just
drop those jewels.
I'm just saying I don't
Okay.
know what you're talking about. You
So-
go though. Go ahead. 'Cause I'm
Okay,
down for
so
it.
here
What do you mean?
we going with this.
Because go ahead.
There's an extortion ring that's going on. There's money laundering that's going on. And when you look at how the police are handling this, when have you ever heard of a case that was only 48 hours in progress where the FBI and the CIA got involved, and then everybody just backed off and was like, all right, you're not in the mental capacity to even give us any information. We're just going to let you chill for a moment. When do the police show up at your door and say, we're investigating you? However, we're just going to let you sit and chill until you get it together.
Well, that's what you call having good lawyers. I mean, she has good lawyers.
Nah, because the lawyer didn't even pop up until yesterday.
Well, you don't know that though. You don't know if they didn't lawyer up the day.
We do. We know that.
I don't know. I didn't know that at all.
Check the record. Chaotic. Check the record. The lawyer,
how could there be a record?
Mr. Anthony, he was the one that issued the statement on behalf of the plaintiff, which she didn't even speak to it. And guess what? They had a party just the other day.
Are you making this up, sir?
Come on, man. Check the record.
What
am I lying? Somebody tell me I'm lying.
I don't know if you're
Didn't Carlee and her family have a party, a birthday party, less than 48 hours ago?
Who did they have a birthday party for?
Carlee.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
What are you talking about?
I'm
They
asking
had a
you.
birthday party for her 2 days ago. I'm in the ATL. She was here.
Whoa.
So let me ask you this. Let's go down the rabbit hole with this.
Okay.
I'm trying to follow you on this one. What does the Masons, the Eastern Stars, and Alpha Kappa Alpha have to do with any of this? And be careful, sir.
Okay.
Be careful.
Let him go, CT. Let him go.
Careful.
I will be very careful. What they have to do with this is that when you get these fraternal organizations involved in nefarious activities and you're using someone as a stool pigeon, you have to have them fabricate a story that's so fantastic that it's not even believable.
Okay.
And behind the scenes of it, you're not even going to see what's really going on.
Okay, do me a favor, Deep.
Okay.
Wrap it up like a package for me because I'm still not following you to a T here.
Okay. What it's called is hidden in plain sight.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Sure.
Have you been drinking today?
No.
Have you been smoking?
No.
Have you eaten any type of psilocybin mushroom? Any strand?
Nothing like that. No.
Have you stuck? Okay. I'm trying to follow you, Roz. Do you follow what he's saying about?
Let other people chime in.
No, because they can't comment on something that they don't know anything about. Me and Roz know all about those organizations, but you've added an element that I'm trying to see where does AKA or Eastern Stars or any of the Divine Nine have to do with Carlee. I'm trying to follow you. Just wrap it up me and Roz girl for a minute. I want to know what are you saying here?
Okay, so what I'm saying in essence is that Hoover Police
Yes.
and the FBI that got involved and the Secret Service that got involved, now they got to cover their tracks because they issued a confession through her lawyer that I lied about the whole thing. So now they got to find out who this ring is, all this stuff that's going on.
Okay, stop right there for a minute. Let me read this super chat. No play. I'm going to wait till you get done eating and bring you up. And please don't have your bottle on screen. We're not going to promote alcoholism on camera. Bob with the $10 super chat says, this guy is off. She was abducted by racist space aliens who hypnotized her to go get wigs from a Chinese hair store so they can corner the hair market on Mars. Roz, are you following this young man? Because I'm having a little bit of trouble following him, but do you follow what he's saying, Roz girl?
I am. It's a little difficult for me to process. I was trying to figure out what nefarious acts were you attributing to the organization's involvement, I guess, if that's what you're trying to say.
Money laundering and extortion.
But okay. You are aware. Okay, so who is doing the money laundering?
Her parents.
But what does that have to do with the Eastern Stars and AKA?
That's the organization. That's the umbrella. That's the organization.
Do you? Okay, can I ask you? Okay, wait a minute. Wow. Can I ask you a question? Do you know how these organizations operate?
Yeah, I know about the Divine Nine.
Okay, so Carlee, who is 25,
right?
How could she be instrumental in this so-called scheme involving an organization that's literally 125 years old?
Okay.
Oh my God!
I can tell you that.
115.
Have you ever chaotic truth? Have you ever seen the movie Eyes Wide Shut? Stanley Kubrick.
Ooh. Or The Order?
Okay, go ahead. Let him talk.
In the movie Eyes Wide Shut, the character Tom Cruise was involved with people that he didn't know anything about what they were doing until he got involved or invited to the sex ritual. And then he got exposed because they made him take the mask off. And then he found out that there were people that he knew because the main character in the movie told him.
I'm trying. Okay, Roz, are you following? Hold on a second.
Moving kind of fast here.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Roz, are you following him now?
No, I have no idea.
I'm trying to follow him. So let's keep on asking questions. Okay, give me. Okay, hold on. Give me some rope here.
You want context?
Deep H2O. Okay, okay. What
in the movie?
What do the Eastern Stars have to do with Carlee Russell?
That's an occult organization. It's a cult.
But what do they have?
What is the symbol of the Eastern Star? What is the symbol? You tell me that. It's a pentagram. It's a pentagram.
You've been drinking.
No. Come on, man. Y'all
what does the pentagram have to do?
Every Eastern Star I know.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on.
On the trunk of their car.
D. I am not debating you. I am clearly just asking what does the Eastern Stars have to do with Carlee Russell's hoax?
These are occultists who are
Okay,
doing this.
but
And
why?
don't be fooled. Don't think that black people are not involved in occultism, because they are. They are the originators of it. Didn't come from white folks.
But what? Okay, but I'm still
This goes
here.
back.
What is
This goes back to Samaria. This goes back to
Roscoe,
Egypt.
help me out here.
This
Roscoe,
goes
please
back
help
to
me out.
Babylon.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Roscoe, please help me out here.
We need to stop-
Either
we need to stop
I'm
playing.
just tired. I'm not following deep. Are you
Yeah.
kind of following what he's saying? Because what does I'm asking a direct question.
All
What
I can
does, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. All I
What
can put together is that the parents are Masons and Eastern Stars, and that Carlee is an AKA. That's all I can get from it.
Yeah.
Okay, so with what you just said, Roz, what does that mean?
That
Because
means
you
that she's
just
just a part of an
described.
organization.
That means that they're part of an organization.
Okay, then what does that mean?
That there are many professionals that service the community, that help humanity, things of that nature. They're part of an organization.
Oh, is that all they do? Is that all they do?
I'm not understanding your.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
you
lost.
understand what I'm saying. You just said that she's an AKA, the dad's a Mason, the mom's Eastern Star. They're part of an organization. What do organizations do?
But those organizations don't practice cult like activity. I don't understand where you getting that from.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna leave it alone. Chaotic truth.
Yes,
I'm gonna
yes,
step
they
off.
do.
Hold on,
I'm
hold
gonna
on,
step.
hold on, Savage. Wait a minute.
Leave
Wait,
it
Savage,
alone.
hold on.
I'm gonna leave it
We
alone.
gotta get through deep real quick.
I'm gonna leave it alone.
Okay.
No,
okay,
I'm gonna leave it alone.
Deep. Wait a minute. Let's do this real quick. Deep. What is occultism?
Occult, by definition, is hidden knowledge.
Oh my god.
By definition, that's what occult is. Look it up.
Okay, so go ahead.
That's all it is.
So what
It's
does
hidden knowledge.
occultism? I got a question for you. What does occultism have to do with Carlee buying Cheez-Its and creating a hoax?
Very simple. The popularity of Cheez-Its goes up. All of a sudden, everybody's talking about Cheez-Its. All of a sudden, you see a video where the dude did a video on the highway where somebody put a box of Cheez-Its up, and they just make a mockery of it because it's a clown show. That's all it is. It's a clown show. It's something to show how easy it is to fool people. That's all. And
Okay, now you're giving us no play. Can you come back on camera so we have more people on camera at the top? Now you're giving us a package here. Okay, now you're saying something here. Okay. Why are they trying to give us a clown show? Why? Go ahead.
Because in America, black people, melanated people, are always the face of hypocrisy, of everything that goes on, whether it's true or not.
Now we're talking. So you're trying to say that there are secret societies or cabals that are creating these quote unquote events to boost sales, to boost media ratings, etc.
Come on. Don't you see it? Come on.
I'm just trying listen. At first you started off like 1,000 puzzles that are scattered in the room. Now we're building something. Now I see an image now. Okay. I'm following you now.
Okay.
So you're saying that the Divine Nine, the Masons, and Eastern Stars are all in on this together?
They're all connected.
Really?
You can't
How
separate
come, how
it.
come I'm not? How come I'm not in on this? Because I'm an alpha. How come I'm not-
Because when you
Hold on
got
for a second.
when
Hold
you
on,
got
I'm listening.
indoctrinated,
I was indoctrinated. Okay, go ahead.
wait. No, I'm not. I didn't mean that. I don't mean that disrespectfully.
No,
When you
you're
got
good. No, you're good. This is open and free panel. Go ahead.
when you got indoctrinated on the lower level. If you listen,
Facts. That's a fact.
Hold on, let him talk. Let him talk.
That's a fact.
Let him talk. Go
so
ahead, man.
when you go through the Masonic order, there's a blue order, there's a blue room, there's a red room, there's different rooms. So you only get to pass through these rooms when they decide that they're willing to know that you can do the things that they want you to do.
So you're
So
saying
you
25-year-old girl was accepted into this scheme or something?
yes. How many? Let me ask you this, Chaotic,
Go ahead.
and I want to fall off because I want everybody else to chime in. When you look at these dudes, because I went to a very prestigious university, never pledged, none of that. When
What school did you go to?
look at, I don't want to talk about that. Anyway, when I was in college, all right, and people were pledging for fraternities, guess what they do? They put a brand on your arm like your cattle. Okay?
You don't have to get it done though.
Oh, but you get it.
What does that have to do with anything? Go ahead, man.
You're not listening. If you know anybody that claims a fraternity.
Hold on for a second. Go ahead, D.
They got that damn horseshoe on their bicep that's been burned in like cattle. Now, I'm going to step off here because I just want to sit and listen, and I want everybody to marinate on this because I know I'm going to be talked about like I'm crazy, but we're going to go with it. We're going to handle it. I'm going to put myself on mute.
Let
Let
Savage go. Stay on the panel, Deep. Let Savage go. Go ahead, Savage.
I ain't going nowhere.
So you're not asking him the right questions, and it's kind of weird though that this is a crazy outlandish topic, but you're telling him to watch what he says. If there's no credence to this conversation, why would you want him to watch his mouth? That's like saying there's nothing wrong with talking about the small hats, so you don't have to, why would you tell me to watch it if there was no problem with doing that?
Because we will not talk about the great elites in such a horrible, deplorable way as you guys are trying to attribute to them. That's why.
I didn't attribute anything. I didn't even attribute anything. Now you're trying to talk over me and cut me off in defense of your fraternity. But if you're telling me that
girl's not in the fraternity.
Okay, well then whatever. All right. Anyways, she cut me off regardless.
Go ahead.
So you're telling me that there's none of your brothers that are in your fraternity that became Masons? You're telling me that Masons don't recruit for fraternities?
Okay. Let me ask you a question. What does the Masons?
The question was yes or no.
Conversation.
Well, it only deals with the conversation because he was bringing it up, and I'm talking about what he was saying. Because you said you wanted to hear what he had to say. I'm on topic of what I was on the panel for when he was talking. So it's a yes or no question. Have people from your fraternity gone to the Freemasons? Is that true?
Yeah.
Or the Masons going down the homeless shelter and recruiting people from there?
No.
Okay. And then the other thing of it is yesterday you had a conversation when they were talking about.
Let's stick to the day. Go ahead.
It's related.
Okay, go ahead.
yesterday when we were talking about people having certain proclivities to doing a certain thing, it was said to be upper class white people, correct? That was what was said? Are you going to tell me that the Divine Nine are not considered to be upper class? Which would fall in line with what he was saying and the argument that was made yesterday?
Does all this? Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on for a second. Let's do this real quick. What does all this have to do with what's that girl's name now? Carlee Russell.
Because if her parents are a Freemason and an Eastern Star, that does put more scrutiny on the situation.
You guys are creating something that is just as bad as as the hoax itself. You're blaming organizations. You're having these organizations in your mouth now. You and D, and these organizations have nothing to do with what that girl did. These are prestigious organizations that have over 100 years of history, culture, community service, etc. And to allude that there's some sort of cabal that is creating hoaxes is absurd to me, and there's no proof that's backing it up. Deep is high. He's high. Ross girl, he's high.
You know,
he stuck something between his toes. He came on the panel to say something about the Divine Nine and about Masonry and about Eastern Stars. He has no knowledge of if that even happened. What we do know is this: that girl is the only culprit in this situation. And to implicate Alpha Kappa Alpha, I mean, my God, the vice president is a member. It's absurd to me. But go ahead, Savage. You got the floor. Go ahead, Savage. Go ahead.
Well, the vice president also withheld evidence to keep people locked up for longer for slave labor when she was the DA in California. So, again, like, just because someone has is part of a fraternity does not mean that they're not willing or able to do bad things.
Again, what facts or evidence do you and Deep have to substantiate the claim that these organizations participated in that hoax?
He made the claim. You said you wanted to hear about it. I'm not making a claim that they did something. I didn't come up here and say they directly did something. I distinctly said the fact that their mom's an Eastern Star and the dad's a Freemason and it's a hoax, it puts more scrutiny on the situation, is what I clearly said.
Did you verify that her parents were Eastern Stars and Masons? I didn't know that at all until Deep said it. I haven't even verified that. But what would that have to?
Did you verify she was an Alpha or Kappa or whatever she is?
Yes, that's verified. That's verified. Yeah, that's 100% verified.
Okay. So, do you want to talk about your fraternity?
My fraternity is not up for discussion here. We're talking about the situation here and what Deep said. He said that, or he implicated that the Divine Nine, particularly her sorority, Eastern Stars and Masons, are a part of some sort of grand cabal to create these events to just make a mockery of society. And I'm just asking, what are the facts here? Where's the evidence from Deep? I'm just trying to. Listen. I'm not saying that he's wrong. I just want to know what. Ross, girl, am I tripping for asking about where are the facts and evidence?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. Where are the facts, and where are the facts that these people practice occultist behavior? Like, if there's some hidden knowledge that you don't know about, then you won't know about it if you're not a part of it. That's just
the Eastern Stars and the Freemasons. That's not up for a discussion. Like, that's a fact. Go read Albert Pike, who, like, Albert Pike was the top Freemason of his lifetime. They practice the occult. So, like, that's not.
And are we only speaking of Eastern Stars and Masons? The fact that y'all know that is a black organization. Or are we talking about the Masonic order? Are we talking about the Pauls and all of those, the Shriners? Are we speaking of all of those? Are we saying all of those are occultists?
Yeah, they all are.
Okay.
Okay. Well, hold on for a second. Savage, what? Okay, let's go with what Deep said, right? Let's assume that he's absolutely correct. Her father's a Mason, her mom is an Eastern Star. Okay, now what?
It just, I already said, it puts more scrutiny to it. Do you remember the kid that got shot by Zimmerman? I forget his name. Yeah, his parents were also, his dad was a Mason. Like it's weird.
It's weird because people are members of organizations and their kids happen to commit crimes or be involved in certain incidents. Hey, look, I used to be on the track team when I was in high school. If my kid, I don't have any kids, but if they go out and do something, can you imagine how crazy this sound? You know, his dad was on the track team, right? I mean, it's like maybe not the best example, but
that's not.
Yeah, I know that's not the best example.
Yeah,
whatever. You get what I'm saying.
like. Yeah, but see, like, if you owned a daycare and then all of a sudden your kid got busted for stuff with kids, that's apples. Like, it's like, then it's like, oh, well, his dad owned a daycare. Now you're like, oh, well, you know,
like a recruiting thing. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to realize that, like, just go read the information that Albert Pike wrote about. Like, you have to put more scrutiny on this stuff.
Let me read this super chat real quick. Conspiracies are cheap, low-class, pseudo-intellectualism reserved for people who have an above-average need to feel important while simultaneously having the inability to get normal attention. His ghetto point of view, man. What say you, sir, about this crazy allegations that this insane individual Deep has brought up?
I want to say shout out to Deeps, because to be honest, I wasn't even aware of that angle of this particular story. But I mean, I do agree with Savage. That does lend a bit of credence to why she would do this and why the police officers would have no problem with just reading a letter from her and having no intention of reaching out to her to get her to directly come down to the station, why the judge is not putting out a warrant for her to rest, why no one is demanding any restitution from this young lady, why she is just being allowed to, in her own time, in her own laissez-faire, comfortable way, take pictures and be online and say, I never said I was abducted and all these things. Most people would not get this cushion and comfortable, come as you would like, come in your own time, relaxed approach from their law enforcement, their local or state or federal law enforcement, who have all gotten involved at this point. So, I mean, who knows? He could be completely inaccurate, but I mean, that the fact that those type of people are involved and nothing is being pushed to for this young lady to be apprehended says a lot.
So you're saying her involvement in the organization is what's saving her from being possibly prosecuted for these crimes that she's committed. That's what.
No. It was everything that he added together, and I love this. Like, it's like you guys are using these classic media tactics of continuing to repeat the question so that the audience can't keep up. I love it.
So are we going to argue that Joe Biden's son is not getting a super punished because his dad's not the president? Like,
absolutely.
Like, are we supposed to play a game where certain people do certain things and they're attached to certain things, but that is not the thing that's changing the outcome of the thing that normally happens? Like, are we really going to look at something and lie to ourselves?
Savage. Deep got on this panel, on this dais, and literally mentioned Alpha Kappa Alpha, the entire organization. He literally mentioned the Eastern Stars. Are you telling me that this entire organization that has some of the greatest alumni of women on the planet, you mean to tell me that there's some cabal here that is formulating schemes to create race events?
Yes.
That's
100%.
what this man is saying here.
Yes.
100%.
That is
that's what he's saying here, Savage.
No.
It's based on what? What I'm asking.
I have some evidence that I'd like to present.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair here. So you're in a fraternity, right? Do
Yes.
people in your people in your fraternity help each other out and do stuff together?
Yes.
Okay, so how is it crazy that the same argument can be made in a negative manner?
Because you have no facts and evidence to substantiate the Carlee Russell claim. Deep literally said that AKAs are guilty. The Eastern Stars are guilty. That's what he literally said. He said that they are in on it. That's what he said. I'm listening. Go ahead, D. What you say?
They faulty. Yeah, they faulty. They in on it. And the only reason why you don't feel that way,
do you have facts and evidence to substantiate that they were involved on this?
You never got caught up in this type of web.
Man,
you never got caught up in this.
All right, man.
I personally can say, like, this is how I know Deep doesn't really know what he's talking about, because as a member of a D9 organization, I'm going to keep that part anonymous. I can guarantee my top dollar by the end of the month, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated will denounce her. Like, they will literally remove her from the organization. So you guys have no idea what you're talking about, because it's like, to conflate the two is just, it really is about of ignorance. Like, you're trying to create something out of nothing. And it's just like the two, it's almost kind of like you're absolving accountability from her by bringing up her organization in which she's tied to. The two have nothing. They don't conflate. That is just the reality. Again, we live in a society where we constantly, again, like his ghetto point of view, the fact that she can even go on the internet and even have conversation about, the situation that she put herself in, this is continuously showing how the system does not hold women accountable to any capacity. So let's talk about that. This has nothing to do with Alpha Kappa Alpha or any D9 organization. This is primarily her decision, and we should talk about that and how to move forward.
Okay.
Hold on for a second. Let me say something.
You said just lit. Can I speak to what you said?
Yeah,
I wasn't talking about her and the organization being involved. I'm talking about her in conjunction to what she's involved in and how this all translates, can be moved to the organization. Not that she was doing anything manipulative in terms of that. Not that she was doing that.
Hold on for a second.
Because she could be doing things. She could be doing things unbeknownst to her. She doesn't know.
But you're saying that it's influenced by the organization.
That's
what I'm saying is the organization is the controlling.
Why am I even listening to 9 members of the D9 anyway?
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense to me. I can't even believe I'm even allowing this to even go on. You're not even in the D9.
Right.
You don't even know what goes on in the D9.
Guess what? And guess
Somebody
what goes
in the chat said they non-presenting and they do rituals. Stop capping, CT.
Guess what goes on?
Chapter? Hold on for a second. Hold on. Who said that in the chat?
Brandon the Great said my mom is AKA. She said they do rituals. Stop capping.
What chapter then? What chapter? What year? Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. What year, Brandon?
Pull up, Brandon the Great. Pull up to the chat.
How dare you, ghetto point of view?
Go ahead, D.
I'm just observing the chat. Ross, what happened?
The only thing I'm chaotic. The only thing that I'm saying is that all people who pledge to these organizations will protect it to the hilt.
Because that's what about, dude. Listen.
What are you doing right now?
Dude, you're making an
what are you doing?
Dude, you're making an allegation about the
No, I'm not.
I just want to know, Deep, what organization did you try to join that they rejected you?
Honestly,
this is the only time where people have the most opinion. It's like the people who try to join and they got denied.
No,
that's not true. Usually the people with the most opinion are the people that was in it for the longest and the deepest, and they actually know what happened inside. Those are the people that actually come out and say these things.
That's actually a very small number compared to the people who, okay.
I disagree.
Now, let's put it on record. What university did you go to? You matriculated from?
You're asking me?
No, I'm talking to Lit.
She's not gonna
That's
tell you.
that.
She just said she's not even gonna mention. Oh my god.
Yeah,
You didn't
I'm not going to share that information. Of course
Okay.
not.
Well, I was gonna share mines if we was gonna share, but since we're not doing that. Now, I would never pledge to a fraternal organization because I know what that means. Never.
Boy.
I would never.
What does that mean? Can you explain? I'm sorry.
Let me lay it down for you. Number one, don't you have to take an oath?
Yes.
You take an oath with your job. I think you should quit then.
You take an
Okay.
oath with the country.
That's not what I
you?
asked you. When
You
you
take an oath to
pledge,
become a police officer. You take an
when
oath to
you,
become a.
that's
Dude,
not
took
what
an oath-
I asked. Do
Dave,
you-
I took an oath when I became a probation officer. It was a $35,000 a year job. It was a crap job, and I took an oath to be a probation officer.
Fraternity
Now
or
what?
sorority?
What was the oath you took
No.
for that job?
I can't exactly remember how. I can't exactly remember the oath. Verbatim.
Okay.
Let me-
Do you remember
let me
your oath
give-
for your fraternity?
Of course I do.
You gonna
let
share
me
that?
give you one.
No.
Let me give you.
Okay, exactly. That's the point.
Let me give you one of the commandments in the Bible.
Yeah.
It says, "Don't ever take the God's name in vain." You know what that means? Don't ever take an oath because you swear on something. You give up your spiritual rights.
Can I ask you a question too? Can I ask you a question? Have you worked on the Sabbath today?
Nope.
You was a damn lie. You said
Nope.
damn lie, Deep.
No, I don't. The Sabbath is Saturday.
Deep.
What you talking about?
Deep.
The Sabbath is Saturday.
Deep. You worked on the
What
Sabbath.
are we talking about?
Is it your neighbor
Chaotic.
supposed to kill you?
When's the Sabbath? When's the
It's
Sabbath?
Saturday.
I don't work on Saturdays.
Have you never worked on Saturday in your day in your life?
Nope.
Get your look. Why am I talking to this dude, man?
Now we want to play this game.
Why am I talking to him, man?
We gonna play this game?
I think he's drunk. This is the wrong platform for those type of discussions anyway.
Yeah, it really is, man.
All right.
But
no, well, hold on. Let Barnabas go because he's.
I mean, he's just digging himself in a deeper hole, man.
Yeah, I'm drunk.
I'm just trying to figure out what does Alpha Kappa Alpha have to do with this girl who lied to the police. So let me ask you a question. Her stealing money out the register, did that have something to do with Alpha Kappa Alpha 2 Deep?
No.
Did her okay, so when is it the organization's fault?
Her association with them. She should never when all this, let me tell you, Chaotic, let me tell you, when all this came down, she should have never been affiliated with a sorority.
What are you talking about? They could go to her timeline on her Instagram and see that the girl was throwing up the.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. She should have never been affiliated.
She didn't come out and mention. Oh my God, dude! In her statement.
Oh, then how did it come out?
Because they went on her timeline on Instagram and saw the fact.
Oh, okay. So that further subsequence that gives credence to what I'm saying. How did they find that out? Why is her information so public?
Sir, what are you talking about? People who are Greek, people who are Eastern Stars,
people
wear
who
their
are
letters,
Greek?
wear their jackets, throw up their signs. What are you talking about? Just like gang members do, just like police
You're on
officers,
record.
nurses do. Everybody throws
You're
up.
on record. You can't walk that back.
Bro, have you been
So
drinking?
when you got, wait a minute, just to further your point, when you get caught stealing something out of register, guess what? They find out you're a sorority member. Come on.
What the fuck are you talking
That's
about,
not,
man?
that doesn't happen by accident. If I go and rob somebody right now, there's no fraternal organization they can connect me to.
Because you're not a part of one, genius.
Exactly. That's my point. You don't get it.
Okay.
Hold on. Let Barnabas Let Barnabas go HB because he's been waiting. Let Barnabas go real quick. This is
you
crazy.
don't get it.
I get it, man. I get that we have a drink. I get that there's an alcohol problem in this country. And
man,
a lot
you
of
can
people,
reduce it.
that's what I get. Because you're a drunk.
Y'all can do that.
You're drunk, man.
Yeah,
I can hear it in your. I can hear the liquor.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I've been drunk, dude.
I'll be quiet.
And you're making listen, dude.
Okay.
Deep. Hear me out. Deep, hear me out.
Yeah.
Sir, I've been wasted before. And I've gone down rabbit holes to the point where I even convinced myself that New York didn't exist because I never saw the Twin Towers. See, sir, I get it. I've been that drunk before. I've gone down rabbit holes watching conspiracy videos. You're drunk. You're mentioning the Eastern Stars, Masons, talking about it's a hoax because of that. What are you talking about?
This broad is connected to some high-powered shit, and y'all don't realize it.
Let Barnabas go real quick. Stay on the panel real quick, Deep, and then HB. Go ahead, Barnabas.
Well, I wanted to come on here, and I wanted to talk to Rosgor. I wanted to tell her, and I wanted to talk about Carlee Russell. That this woman obviously has mental illness.
Thank you.
You don't go through this whole thing and not be a mentally ill person. And if there's not a disease or a mental illness that describes her illness, we can make one now. And let's be honest, she's probably having some premenstrual syndrome, or we could call it PMP, perimenstrual psychosis, something that takes these women over the edge. This is why they should never be president. This is why they should never be CEOs. This is why you can't trust them. I wanted to come on here and talk about that. I wanted to come on and talk to his ghetto point of view about Tawana Brawley while you're pocket chasing her and see if she's paid a restitution or not. You know darn well she don't have any money. She can't pay back anything. And I can't hear you, Mr. Ghetto point of view.
That's not true at all. She's a licensed practicing nurse out in West Virginia, making quite a hefty salary off of the state of West Virginia, and she should have to pay that money back. She actually is a licensed practicing nurse, and she's been one for over 20 years. Check the NPR article I just put in the back. She makes quite a bit of money every year, sir.
They let Tawana Brawley be a nurse? That's insane. I don't know how.
Yeah, she changed her name. She legally changed her name. Yeah. They gave it a hookup. They gave it an FBI special.
Well, thanks for the update. That's scary. It's good to know.
And in response to your question, I don't necessarily think that she's mentally ill. The girl is in college. She's possibly a nurse or working in the hospital. She chose to make a bad decision, whether it was over her boyfriend or whatever it was. She chose to make that decision. It got way bigger than what she assumed. But mental illness should not be the reason for why she did that. I don't think she just had any type of mental illness. She needs to be accountable for making a horrible decision.
Yep. Well, I didn't say she couldn't be accountable. I think her mental illness should be checked first. I wanted to come on and talk about all those things, but after hearing Deep H2O talk about this and watching CT acting like Don Lemon, trying to obfuscate the truth, trying to protect his openly racist organization, Divine Nine, whatever that is, because only black people are allowed in. Watching him try to protect his openly racist organization.
Let him talk. Let's say because
the more Deep talks, the more you're squirming over there. It looks like I'm going to have to start going in with him. He seems to be the teller of the truth.
Okay, go ahead.
My proof is you squirming around at the truth. Anytime you hear the truth, it's like when a vampire sees a cross. You start getting uncomfortable and you can't stand it. You try to shut it down. I think we need to let Deep H2O really say what's going on here. I think it is this openly racist organization trying to do something. I'm not sure what. I'm sure it's against Whitey, though. That's for sure. I'm not totally sure. But this seems like the only person up here telling the truth. CT, I think, and Roz, co-conspirators, you're in on this. And I find you guilty in the court of law.
Uh-oh.
Make sure you return for sentencing and wear this ankle bracelet.
Here we go.
Both of you.
Okay.
Here we go. Barney to put it out there.
Okay.
Barney to put it out there.
Hold on, Deep. Barnabas, do me a favor. Close your eyes real quick and name off every organization in the Divine Nine. Close your eyes. Just name off every organization in Divine Nine.
I'm not allowing those organizations.
Okay. Do me a favor real quick. Do me a favor real quick. Name me 5 members of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated.
What does it got to do with anything? Okay. Tell me your line of questioning.
Name me 5 members of Delta.
Object, Your Honor. What's the relevance? Object, Your Honor. What's the relevance?
Hold on for a second.
I represent myself in this court of law. Objection, Your Honor. What is the relevance?
Name me the Supreme Court Justice who was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated.
Alpha Phi Alpha Incorporated.
Name me 5 members of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated.
What does this got to do with anything? I'm not allowed in those organizations. I don't know. How about Sotomayor? How about Clarence Thomas?
Not a member of any.
Not Tommy, you fool. The Sotomayor on the damn thing. The court lady.
Sir, Barnabas. The reason why I'm asking these questions is because you, Savage, you don't know anything about the Divine Nine. You don't know. It has nothing to do with the fact that you're white. You just don't know what you're talking about. And
I know that they don't let whitey in. And diversity is great for everything, except for when you have some organization where you want to keep whitey out. Then diversity is a bad thing. Then it's not a strength.
Dude, there are some chapters where Phi Beta Sigma is literally an all white. Sometimes they have all white lines.
It's a token organization, and they're only on the blue level. They don't let them go to the red.
And Kappas are known for having white members. Now, I will admit the Qs really don't have white members. Now,
and they're probably in charge.
No, they're not. No, they barely graduate. Now, here goes the thing, man. You don't know what you're talking about. You sound ridiculous. Deep sounds ridiculous, and Savage sounds ridiculous. You're talking about things that you have absolutely no knowledge of, and it's actually like watching a child talk about quantum physics right now at this point.
Oh, wait.
You can't even define quantum physics, so go sit yourself back down and tend to the wound on your arm, and we'll call it a day. You don't even know what only quantum you know is quantum leap. Now go ahead and sit down.
All right.
Chaotic. Can I ask you a question? Man. Do we sound as ridiculous as Carlee Russell? Do we sound as ridiculous as her?
And you know what's also so interesting? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to chime in one thing.
You guys are speaking on something that you have no idea what you're even talking about. You can't even
I'll name you one. Yeah, I'll name you one. Carlee Russell, your favorite one. And how about the vice president? I can't believe you put her up here as a paradigm for the greatness of America.
Hold on for a second.
She slept her way to the top, and everyone knows it.
Hold on for a second. Give me a second. Barnabas, I rock with you, man.
You don't have to rock with me.
I refuse to sit up here, even though I'm not a Democrat, even though I'm not a person on the left. Kamala Harris has outperformed you, sir, in life. Let's be completely honest, man.
Because I don't know how to do the sexual favors like her.
Oh my God, dude. Do you have a law degree, sir, from a prestigious university? No, you don't.
It was my dream to be an Alpha Phi Kappa Alpha, and they wouldn't let me in because I was white. And it destroyed my whole drive in life. It was my dream growing up. And they said, "Get out of here, whitey." And then I've just been trying to lick my wounds ever since then.
Oh man, you're wrong this time.
It's true. I want to get that burn on my arm. I want to be cool like you. Come on, I want to be part of something special.
First of all, listen, I don't have a problem that Deep brought this up. But you're speaking about things that you don't even have basic knowledge of. You don't know where you can't name an organization. You don't know where they were founded at. You can't even name members of the organization, let alone what the organization stands for.
I just named two.
What you're talking
Kamala and Carlee Russell. What's up?
You don't know what you're talking about, Barnabas. I rock with you.
It's a racist organization. They don't let me in. Okay, how am I supposed to learn if they don't let me in?
Okay. Hold on for a second. Let's use Alpha Kappa Alpha. Name me the one racist incident that you've heard that they've done. And I'll give you time to Google it.
They don't let whitey in. That's all I need to know.
I can show you picture after picture of white females who are members of Alpha Kappa Alpha right now. You want me to do that?
Please.
Tokens don't count. Tokens don't count.
They're not tokens, sir.
Yes, they are. Tokens don't count.
They're not, man. They can join if they want. If anything, they want white girls to join.
Please. You know that's a lie. Lie detector test has determined that was a lie.
What are you talking about, man? You're just trolling, dude. You don't know what you're talking about.
Are
I'm
black
saying
people
Deep
just
H2O is bringing the truth, and you're just trying to, let's
Bro,
just pick
you
on Barney because he's
don't
slow, he's white,
know
he's
what
stupid,
you're
he doesn't
talking
know
about.
anything. I'm like an easy target. I'm like a sitting duck for your Alpha Phi Key Alpha intellect. You know,
You don't even know what
you
you're
Kamala
talking
Harris
about, man. You
and
sound
Carly
crazy.
Russell are conspirators with Roz, Divine Nine scamming. But what's it
How
all
dare
about?
you.
Let Deep H2O speak some more. I yield the floor. I yield my time to
How
Deep
many white
H2O.
girls in this photo, bro? Are those white girls or not, Barnabas?
Tokens don't count, dude.
They look white to me.
You think
They look white
TT,
to
what you
me.
think of our kind of people?
Sir, you think that they're tokens. They're not viewed that way in these organizations. You have no idea what you're talking about, man. I can show you some more.
Chaotic let his ghetto point of view speak. I want to hear what he has to lace us with. Come on, man. Come with it.
Oh, I was going to say there's an excellent book I would highly recommend everybody get up here. It's called Our Kind of People. It was written by Lawrence Otis Graham, Inside America's Black Upper Class. The book is phenomenal. Again, Lawrence Otis Graham, Our Kind of People, Inside America's Black Upper Class. If you want to know about the Boule, if you want to know about Alpha Phi Alpha, if you want to know about Sigma Pi Phi, read Our Kind of People. Listen to the interviews this man gave when he was going around on C-SPAN and stuff, promoting the book. Your eyes will be open to a whole different world that goes on out here.
What's the real, man?
So are you saying that black organizations are not good for the community and black
100%
people?
they're not. I actually am a member, and they're 100% not. They're 100% not. I come from a family of members. Like, they're 100% not. They're 100% not.
Okay. Why aren't they?
Because if you know the actual history of the organizations, you'll understand, number one, they were funded solely for the purpose of teaching people from the Americas that they come from Africa and to get them to leave the Americas and go to Africa. Look up Abraham Lincoln and trying to create Lincolnia. Look up the American Civilization Society, also known as ACS. Look up the New York Civilization Society. Look up that they try to look up. So you telling me Liberia doesn't exist, CT? Before Liberia, there was Lincolnia. Before Liberia and Lincolnia.
I got to ask a question for you.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What the hell does Liberia have to do with December 4th, 1906?
You don't know what he's talking about.
What does that have to do
Because
with Alpha? What are you talking about?
That was
those organizations literally hired people like DuBois and Marcus Garvey and funded them to teach people from the Americas that they are not indigenous to this land and that they need to go back to a place they never came from. Isn't it true that Abraham Lincoln, the day after he signed the quote unquote freedom papers, that
Yeah. That was
guys.
Tough. That was tough.
If anybody's young listening to this, let this be a public service announcement of never to do drugs or alcohol. What the fuck was he talking about? I'm lost. Does anybody? Do you two know what he's talking about?
There was a land that was promised to this after Emancipation Proclamation ended. There was land that was promised to slaves back over in Africa. That was a part of Liberia or Lincolnia or whatever you want to say. But the repatriation was not funded for like the reasons that you're saying that it was funded of. Repatriation was Marcus Garvey's idea that black people should repatriate back to Africa, go back to where they're from, if you consider yourself a descendant from that land.
Yeah, CT, this just isn't the platform for those types of conversations. And anytime Negroes tell me, hey, you got to go read this book, that just means they don't know what they're talking about. I'm good on that.
Here's a good point of view. Okay, so you say that these black organizations aren't good for the community, right?
No, sir.
Okay, let's okay.
Was that what you were speaking of? His better point of view?
Rosger,
No,
hold on.
it's the Io Lavaca in Haiti, where he sent the 400 families and they all got slaughtered.
His ghetto point of view.
That was before Liberia and in between Laconia.
His ghetto point of view.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's do it like this. Let's set some metrics. Okay, let's set some metrics here. Would you agree that alumni are a metric, right?
Alumni are a metric. Do you mean so the people that have graduated from the organization, are they a metric to what?
That are members of the organization. Would you agree that alumni are a metric, right?
A metric to what?
A metric of success in the country, in this country.
Individual success or success for the good for the community?
No.
Because those are two different conversations.
Both.
No.
For the community and individuals.
They're not good for the community. They're good for themselves as individuals. Okay, they're good for the organizations.
Are you telling? Okay. Are we gonna play this game?
What do they do for the community?
Are we gonna play this game or not, sir? Are you Martin Luther King? What are you in comparison to Martin Luther King? What are you in comparison?
I've never been stabbed in my chest. I never wrote the letter from Birmingham jail, so I could never compare myself to that man, sir.
Hold on for a second. What metric do you want to use? That's
I think, are they good for the community? What have they done for the community is an excellent one.
So you mean to tell me, let's use Martin Luther King, who was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha. He didn't do anything for the community.
Tell me what he did.
Well, hot damn. Okay.
What benefit does the community whose boys read at third grade level have today from what Martin Luther King did?
Sir, blacks in America are more literate than any. Sir, would you rather be literate in America or literate in Liberia?
The country that they made to kick us out to? That's not a good example, sir.
But when Dr. King was assassinated, who was supposed to continue that race? Who was supposed to continue that, pass on that torch to keep on getting our children educated?
Like, continue what? You spoke.
I mean, because you said that because he's speaking Martin Luther King and it's 2023.
No,
it's a perfect.
You have to continue your own.
Can I? That is exactly what I am trying to say. So to blame that on organizations, black organizations specifically, it makes no sense.
Exactly.
What do you mean? Hold on. Wasn't Jesse Jackson on the balcony with him? Didn't Jesse Jackson change his hotel room from the classic? Didn't Jesse Jackson change his hotel room from the hotel room he always used when he came into town and put him at the last minute at that other hotel and put him on that?
His ghetto point of view. You are making some crazy claims here, sir. Are you telling me that Omega Psi Phi was in on the assassination of Martin Luther King?
Sir, that's 1,000% a fact that Omega Psi Phi was in on the assassination of Martin Luther King.
Okay.
I'm in on that.
You guys have listen.
Yes.
You guys are going down a rabbit hole, and I think.
Oh wait, chaotic. Who did you say that was implicated in that death? Who?
CT, just concede. CT, let him win. I wanted to talk about Bronny.
Oh,
I wanted to talk about Bronny.
I was gonna do that a little later.
Hold up on that.
Okay. I'll come back. I'll come back up. Okay, I'll come back up.
Who did you say who was implicated in the death?
I didn't say anybody was implicated in anything.
Now he named the organization. He clearly ain't named an organization.
I thought you said a fraternal organization.
He did. He clearly named a fraternal organization.
His ghetto point of view.
What organization did he name?
His ghetto point of view is alluding to.
Let's say it. Who did he name?
You guys are insane, man. Go ahead, man. You got the floor.
Who did he name? In that
I believe he just named Omega Psi Phi. I didn't bring that up. I didn't bring that up. He certainly did. I said Jesse Jackson. I didn't bring up what organization the man was in.
Chaotic Truth. You said I was crazy when I talked about these fraternal organizations and all this Dick Dastardly shit they be doing. But then you just mentioned.
So let me ask you a question. If I'm walking with Roz, I don't know if Roz here want me to say it. Roz, you want me to? Do you want me to mention it?
You can leave it out.
You know what? If I'm walking with, give me a second. Give me a second. If I'm walking with Bill Cosby and I get deleted, do we blame Omega Psi Phi for that? Because he's a member of Omega Psi Phi.
Did Bill Cosby change your hotel room to another hotel room at the last minute when you've been staying in this hotel room for several years every time you came into town? And put you on a balcony and removed you and
hold on, hold on a second. Let Lit get in real quick. Lit, what do you think about all this?
I wanted to say something to his ghetto point of view. I think we were kind of missing the point. I'm actually going back a little bit. Not about, what you're bringing up currently. You said that, D9 organizations are not good for the community, but you've never really answered why. So before I get in, why do you feel like the members of your family who are a part of, the D9, why do you feel that the D9 is not, essential for certain communities in the U.S.?
No, I said it's not essential. It's not. I didn't say not essential. I said they are a detriment. They are a negative to our community. So I'm being very specific. They're not just a neutral. They are a detriment.
So he's got a point of view. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lynn. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. So what makes them a detriment? Like I
made it very clear. Anybody who would sit there and try to steal people from their land, take people from their land and put them in another land for the sake of people like Abraham Lincoln, for the sake of people like George Washington's brother.
Is that what your family members did? That your family members?
My family members like professors and stuff that like teach at schools and teach people that they from Africa and teach people that Marcus Garvey was a hero and all those things. Yeah.
But he's got a point of view.
Mm-hmm.
What member of Alpha Phi Alpha or Delta Sigma Theta sent anybody over to Liberia?
No one.
I'm just.
We're gonna play this game. So what organization is Dubois in? What organization is Dubois in? Let's start there.
He's out of control. But what about?
Okay, so what was Dubois? What was Dubois in Dubois' book? What did he say about Africa, sir? Come on.
I don't know, man. You tell me.
He didn't say that the black man's home was in Africa. In his
book. Where do you think the black man's home is at?
Sir, come on, let's not do this. You on this panel yourself have made it clear that slavery did not happen the way they say. There's no way that they could have brought that many people from boats over there. Logistically, it's impossible. But I know now because we're having this conversation, you gotta like not be on that side of that type of conversation or narrative.
Where do you think most black people are from?
Sir, please be honest about what you said about slavery several times on this panel.
Sir, I've always said that slavery did not exist to the scale in which we
see it in chaotic.
So then where did those people? So where are those people from then?
They're from Africa.
That's not. How did they get here to America, sir?
Sir, it's quite possible, sir, that they just sailed.
No, don't tell me quite possible. Tell me exactly, sir.
I don't know.
Come on, man. This is the area that y'all play in. The I don't know. When there's so many records, there's so many records.
Yeah. Hey, man, there's a record of Darth Vader too. Okay.
That's not true. Darth Vader is not on slavevoyages.org, sir. Come on, let's stop.
Document, sir. Anybody can make up something. Come on, man.
So you're telling me that the slavevoyages.org website is inaccurate now?
Okay, again,
you're telling me the work of ancestry and genealogy. You're telling me all that work is inaccurate now?
He's got a point of view. Listen, man.
It's just a yes or no question.
He's got a point of view. Listen, man. I've been where you've been before. I've stayed up 2 and 3, 4 in the morning, and I'm watching videos about is reality real? I get it, man. I don't
do that. I have done my genealogy back to the 1600s on both sides of my family, and I'd love anybody to put up $1,000 to tell me any of my historical paperwork is not accurate from all these government organizations.
You're trying to implicate in deep organizations
$1,000
that you don't even know what you're talking about.
No, I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know history, sir.
So you're saying that these organizations were complicit in the slave trade?
No, ma'am. What I said is these organizations are complicit in teaching people that they are from a place that they are not from and trying to kick people off of this land. Abraham Lincoln did it. And when Abraham Lincoln couldn't get it accomplished, then they started bringing in people like Dubois, like Marcus Garvey, people that look like us that could try to push us and get us emotionally galvanized to want to do these things.
Okay. So you're saying that they were the pawns and the molds that they used to. Okay.
And that's exactly what he said about Carlee Russell, that she was a pawn in a bigger game, but nobody wanted to deal with that. So I took other examples that I tangibly know the history for and brought those up.
Ross, let me handle this.
Go ahead.
Let me handle this right now. Chaotic. You got to come clean with ghetto point of view, because you're not really coming at him honestly, and you're not doing that in the direct service of just integrity. And Ross, the question that you're asking is going to be answered in this exchange that we're about to notice right now. So, with that being said, Chaotic, you gotta come at ghetto point of view. You gotta come correct, because he coming with the
meet me on the level, brother. Meet me on the level. Meet me on the level. Meet me on the level.
What the hell we're talking
Meet
about?
me on the level, brother.
What is he talking about?
All right, I'm gonna let you handle it.
Nah, do your thing, D.
Science. He coming with the science.
Okay. These niggas keep cutting me off. I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna bring them back for a minute. Let's use the metric of alumni. Henry Arthur Callis, who was a founder of my fraternity. He was a physician. Charles Henry Chapman. He was a professor of agriculture at FAMU. Vertner Woodson Tandy. He was on the commission. He was most famous for working with Madam C.J. Walker, first Black female millionaire in the country. Let me see. Oh, George Biddle Kelly, the first Black licensed engineer in New York. Let me see. Herman Branson. He was the president of Central State University and Lincoln University. He was the co-discoverer of the alpha helix sickle cell physicist. Julius Chambers, attorney who argued in the Supreme Court case styled Swan versus Charlotte. Let me see. Floyd Flake, former U.S. congressman from New York. Ernest Finley, Chief Justice of the South Carolina Supreme Court. Elson Floyd, first African-American president of 3 universities. Those universities are Western Michigan University, University of Missouri, and Washington State University. The list is just incredible. The alumni. Let me go to people in business, right? You know what? I'll just share the damn screen. It's too much. It's just too much here. I can't. It's just a lot. It's just too much. Let's just go with an academia. Let's just go down the list very slowly. David Blackwell, professor of mathematics at the University of California, Berkeley. William Jelani Cobb, professor of journalism at Columbia. Columbia is an Ivy League. It seems like he's doing something for the community, or did something for the community. Let me see. Ernest Harris, research entomologist. I hope I said that right. I don't know, man. These seem like prominent people here, man. Like people who's doing things for the community. J. Marshall Shepard, physicist, NASA meteorologist, international expert on weather and global climate change. That seems pretty important to the global climate. Cornel West, even though I don't really like Cornel West, professor of religion at Harvard. He's doing something for the community. He's running for president again. I think he's running on the green ticket.
Oh, yeah, he got my vote.
Let me bring up his ghetto point of view. His ghetto point of view, man, these seem like a lot of people doing something.
I see a lot of personal accolades and nothing being done for the community. I see a lot of people that can say, I've gotten a degree and I make a lot of money, but I've done nothing for my community. But so we're playing like we're saying personal accolades and individual wealth is the same as community development.
John Johnson didn't do anything for the community by creating Ebony and Jet magazine.
What messages have we literally on this show talked about what Ebony and Jet magazine has done to the image of Black people and Black men in particular? Come on. You see, we're playing games and we're picking and choosing when we want the conversation to be one way. We have literally sat here on the show and talked about reclaiming the image of black men and how Ebony and Jet have destroyed them. But now we'll act like they did something positive for the sake of this conversation. Now we'll act like they did something positive for the sake of this conversation.
Whoa. Ebony and Jet destroyed the image of black men and women. How did they do that? What kind of articles did they have to destroy the image of black men and women?
You're not serious. Come on, I'll pull some up. Give me 3 seconds. I'll post them up.
Okay, yeah, please do. Because last time I
checked, how many articles do Ebony and Jet write about?
Excel. I'm sorry.
No, but how many articles do Ebony and Jet write about keeping the family together, positive family relations, community development, wealth? No. I mean, please show me some. You see, they write articles about consumerism. They write articles marketing female stuff they don't need. And now we're going to talk about all of a sudden now that's something they did something positive to the community. Stop it. Come on, man. How many cigarette ads is in Ebony and Jet magazine?
There are no more cigarette ads, sir.
No more. How many used to be in there? With heart disease and cancer being the number one killer of black women. With heart disease and cancer being the number one
advertising industry for 50 years. What are you
talking about? If Ebony and Jet care about the black community, why take the money? You see, we want to play games. We're not talking about community development. We talk about wealth building for individual accolades.
Black people. So why can't black people participate in free market capitalism either?
Free market capitalism means I have to kill my people. I can't sell them things that actually benefit them and make money.
Smoke a cigarette.
You see, you keep moving the goalposts, CT.
I'm moving the goalposts.
You said community development. Killing people by the thousands is not community development, CT.
Community development is free market enterprise. You know why? You don't live in a smoke-free country.
No, I don't.
Give me a smoke-free country right now.
There aren't any. What does that have to do with why would I take the advertising dollars of a company who, when allegedly the story is my people used to pick this stuff, but now I'm going to take the advertising dollars of this company now that sells their cigarettes to my people, which are killing them by the thousands, when heart disease and lung cancer are the number one and number two killers of black women to this very day right now. But I'm going to take the marketing dollars of the companies that kill them, which were started off of the backs of slavery, allegedly. That makes a lot of sense. But I'm about community development. No, I'm about getting to the bag. Let's stop acting like the two are the same.
I mean, I don't know how to debate with a conspiracy theorist.
It's a conspiracy that we allegedly picked tobacco cotton, sir. Tobacco and cotton.
It's like I'm debating with.
There was no tobacco fields. That's conspiracy,
sir. This is a free market.
1,000%. But we talk about community development now. We talk about doing good for the community, right? That was the conversation. The metric was doing good for the community. That was your metric, CT. And now you're like, let's not use that metric.
Sir, okay. Jet Magazine didn't hire black people to be editors.
That's not what we took. You see, you moving the goalposts again, CT.
So you mean to tell me employing people is not doing anything for the community either, huh?
Individual development is not the same as a community, sir.
I give up. Okay, my fraternity does alpha homes. Okay, is that for the community too?
Elaborate on what that does and how many people that's impacted.
Oh my God, thousands of people.
So you should be able to calmly elaborate on it, CT. Why are you getting uptight? You should be able to calmly elaborate on what good is done.
What is your expectations of community development, and what are you basing the success rate on? Because you're asking.
If people can be in the community for hundreds of years and have chapters literally all over the place, they should be able to do more than just have parties where they drink and get married and have parades where they just take money from people for monthly dues. Like, I think they should be able to do more than that.
I mean, they do, but I think one essential piece that you're missing is personal accountability. It doesn't matter.
Here we go. Come on.
What to do, but it's true. I can shove personal. I can shove all literally the blueprint, a pamphlet on what it is.
But are they showing the blueprint, or are they teaching lies?
They actually are, but ultimately it comes down to that individual. So when you sit here and you said something earlier in terms of, Jet Magazine was promoting tobacco, but no one was forcing these cigarettes
Here we
down
go. Come on.
These individuals.
So you don't understand the science of marketing and how it creates wants and needs and things that you don't need? That's literally the whole goal of advertising and marketing, is to create needs and demands in people of things they didn't want and would have never known to purchase in the first place.
No. See, and again, you're taking away personal accountability.
No, personal accountability is a real thing, but what's the personal accountability of the people who run Jet to take that money? Where is the personal accountability of the people who run Jet taking that money and accepting those dollars?
I can sit here and watch 10 ads of tobacco companies.
So there's no personal accountability for the people at the top. There's only personal accountability for the people at the bottom.
Go out tomorrow and pick up a tobacco stick. You're missing the point.
Real quick. Now, give me a second. Throw me some rope here. Jet Magazine and Ebony were widely popular prior to the 2000s. Here goes an image of what's that, Babyface and his wife. That looks like a married couple to me. That looks like that's after the assassination. The Jacksons, their family, their mom and dad stayed together. I mean, here goes Tito Jackson with his wife. Let me bring up his ghetto point of view real quick. His ghetto point of view. Here goes Tito Jackson and his wife. Isn't that a strong family structure right there? On a strong family image on the front cover of Jet.
Sure. Now also look up Ebony Magazine cigarette ad and look at the thousands of cigarette ads.
Sir. I'm talking about the front cover.
I know.
This is the front cover. This is the first thing.
That's beautiful.
Okay. Are they not promoting family structure or not? I mean, I'm confused here. Isn't this a man and his wife right there? That's Bill Withers. Is he not married? Is that not his wife with kids on the front cover?
That's a beautiful picture. Yes, sir.
I'm just confused as to what you're talking about.
You're moving the goalpost, but that's fine. I know you got it. I know.
Is this not a man and his wife right here?
That wasn't the argument I made. I specifically made one argument, and it was about the dangers of tobacco use in our community and the prevalence of tobacco use in a community full of people who allegedly ancestors picked tobacco and then get marketed those same cigarettes now. That's what I'm talking about. You talk about something whole different than what I was talking about, but that's fine. I get it.
You did definitely say, just to hold you accountable, because I don't think accountability is in your revenue of vocabulary.
You're right, it's not.
But
You're right,
in terms of, I mean, you literally said, and play it back. I please do.
If I did, that's my mistake. You
have to let me finish, because at the end of the day, like, if we're gonna have a dialogue as intellectuals, air quote, then you have to let people finish their point of view. You literally said, and this is me holding you accountable because we do not do this enough in the Black community. You literally said Ebony and Jet have never promoted families. Chaotic literally went out of his ways and showed you multiple magazine covers of families being introduced and promoted on these magazine covers.
I don't know what those articles were about, so I can't say if they promoted family or not.
Move the goalpost and say something about tobacco companies, which goes back to my point. What you're missing is this: advertisement should not matter when it comes down to our choices individually.
That's crazy. Like I said, that literally makes no sense. That's literally against the whole science of marketing and advertising.
So basically, you're saying Black people, we don't have any sense of control. So basically, what you're saying, we don't have any sense of control. The moment any sort of marketing or advertising comes in,
no, it's not the moment. They repeat those ads hundreds of thousands of.
We don't have any. Hold on for a second. His got a point of view.
You talking to a marketing person? That was literally my major. So like we could have that conversation.
He's got a point of view. Hold on for a second. Give me a second. He's got a point of view. Is that not a family right here on the front cover of Ebony?
That is a beautiful picture of a
Black family right there on the front cover of Ebony.
The new Black family. What was the lower third of that? What did it say?
Is this not a family? Is this not a family? What are you talking about?
You're playing games, but that's cool. I get it. You got to be right.
You are. It's cool. The very same thing that you said.
Sir, if I promote killing people with cigarettes, I'm not promoting family because the family gonna die off. It doesn't make no sense what you're saying. If I promote alcohol and tobacco, but I'm also promoting the life longevity of a family, no, I'm not, because somebody's gonna die in that family drinking alcohol or smoking tobacco.
He's got a point of view. Leave the country.
That's
then
their choice.
Leave the country.
Leave the you sound real Caucasian right now, sir. I gotta leave the country because I'm mad at Ebony and Jet.
Caucasian. You think I sound Caucasian?
Why are you telling me leave the country? What did I say? When did I say I don't hate? When did I say I hate this? I love this country. What are you talking about? Why are you telling me leave my country?
First of all,
I have more claim to this country than you do, CT.
Hold on for a second. First of all,
and I guarantee I do more for my community than you do, CT. So let's not go there.
Hold on for a second. First of all.
Are you right? Speak up, though.
First of all, you said that the D9 doesn't do anything. Sir, The D9 does more community service, more community work than any.
I doubt it very much. No, they definitely don't.
Okay, all right, come on, man.
They don't do more than the Nation of Islam.
Now you know.
They definitely don't do more than the NOI.
The Nation of Islam that probably has 10,000 members now, sir. You talking about that Nation of Islam?
The Nation of Islam has 10,000. How, CT? All right, we're not gonna go there. You got it.
Whose membership is pretty much depleted, sir. Come on.
It's not depleted, but you got it. We'll have that conversation. You can have that same conversation about the fraternities. Their numbers are depleting because nobody cares about them anymore.
Out of your mind, sir. You're completely out of your mind.
You could have the same conversation about all of those old guard organizations. All of those old guard organizations, their numbers are not what they used to be, if we're being honest. All of them. Churches.
All you have to do is go to yearly conventions and you will see how much.
And the numbers are going up. If you put a chart of that, you'd say the numbers are going up.
I haven't been active in years, sir. But
that's not what I asked you. I said if you had to chart it, you'd say the numbers are going up.
Sir.
I know what that means when you take your glasses.
I have no idea the numbers are going up, sir. Again,
we know they're depleting, sir. Come on, let's be honest. All of this stuff, it's an old guard, and these young kids, they just don't care about that stuff like that.
Sir, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Sir, okay. I do.
In the D9, you don't even know what you're talking about. You have never been to a convention. You've never been.
You don't know that, actually, but that's cute. You guys just accuse people of stuff when they don't agree with y'all on panels. And y'all have no idea what they actually do in their day-to-day lives. Y'all just accuse people of stuff. And it's funny. And it's supposed to work.
But you literally are accusing us of stuff. I have no
idea. What did I accuse y'all of specifically? Tell me one specific thing I accused you of.
You literally accused Jesse Jackson of murdering MLK.
I said Jesse Jackson was there. I did. Who is that? Y'all? Are y'all on this panel? She said I accused y'all of stuff.
No.
That's what she said.
She meant the D9.
That's not what she said.
That's literally what I said. I can.
You said I accused y'all of stuff.
No. I mean the D9 specifically. You're making really bold assumptions, and I'm not really
a bold assumption. Was Jesse Jackson there or not?
Again, says we shouldn't listen to people.
You're making bold assumptions on a lot of.
We shouldn't listen to people who take secrets. We shouldn't.
See, the thing is that listen. You and Deep took this conversation down and Savage took this conversation down to Depot. I didn't even think anything about the Greek stuff.
I didn't either. He brought that up, and I thought that was an excellent point.
But you're saying that the D9 doesn't do anything, sir. Are you crazy? The D9 has some of the best. Sir, let me ask you a question.
You've yet to give one tangible thing they do for the community.
Let me ask you a question, sir. If you condense the black population down to two sets of black people, it's 100 here and 100 here, 100 are GDIs and 100 are black Greeks. Which group will be the most successful, sir?
You see, you keep conflating personal success with actual doing something for the community.
Sir, everything in our existence is based on success, sir. What are you talking about?
Right. There's individual success though, and there's collective success. Sir. You see other countries, other nations, other groups of people understand the importance of collective success. Chinatown exists in every major state around this country because they understand collective success. There's a Russia town, there's a Chinatown, there's little Italy's because they understand collective success. Our community, we play this individual game, and then we literally come at the people who say, "Look at us, we're not being community oriented."
Why is that?
Let's be honest.
I know for a fact that was intentionally done. But
you're absolving these community. Okay, go ahead, finish.
Give me a second. His ghetto point of view. If you condense the Black American population down to 200 people, from 34 million to 200, it's two groups. You split them in half: GDIs and Black Greeks, and also members. And you could also in the Black Greek pool put Eastern Stars and Masons. Which group would do the most community service? Which group would be the most successful? Which group would have the most politicians? Which group will be the most peaceful people, sir?
Politicians and individuals. You asked me to answer. I'm answering.
You're not. Which group, sir?
The group that would have the most politicians, the group that would have the most individual accolades and success would definitely be the Eastern Stars, the Masons, and all of those. The group that would do the most community service is definitely the people that come from the streets. They do more community service on a daily basis that never gets talked about, and no one cares because they're not the ones in these secret super organizations.
Sir.
That's why y'all could get on these panels and accuse people of not doing anything because y'all don't actually pay attention.
Sir.
Chaotic. Can I say something though? Can I?
Hold on for a second. Sir, I volunteered most of my adult life.
Salute you for that.
Generally, when you go into a
very rare.
Generally, when you go somewhere, generally when you work for a nonprofit and have to help out the community and the nigglets there, it's Greeks, sir. It's Eastern Stars and it's Masons. Stop the cap, man. Ain't nobody
doing what exactly.
Chaotic. Can I say
something?
Helping
out in a soup kitchen on Thanksgiving is not the same thing as actually trying to help people get off their feet and be able to take care of themselves and their family.
Hold on for a second. Why are we? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why are we even talking about this? In the schools, in the inner city schools, has got a point of view, which I've worked at. Rosger, you've worked in inner city schools, right?
Yeah, I have. I've been a teacher for 10 years.
Principals? Who are the teachers? Who are the assistants? Mm-hmm. They're the Black Greeks, sir. You have what are you talking about? We bear the brunt of the Black community, sir. Not you. You might. Oh, you're on mute. Has got a point of view.
From his school for no reason after 25 years of success, and he should be reinstated. Go to the reinstate Dr. Ali Muhammad campaign. Sir, he has GD was able to get their educations and graduate in Chicago, and y'all don't even know about it because y'all don't care because all y'all want to do is down everybody that's not G9. G9.
Sir, you guys have literally accused the Black Greeks of setting up this staged event, and that's what Deep literally said. And then Savage gets on the panel and pretty much corroborates this. And then you're saying that the Black Greeks don't do anything.
That's what I said. No, I said actually they're negative. I didn't say they don't do. I said they do negative to the community. You know, like be clear on my statement.
If you went tit for tat with the average Black Greek, you would lose. Now,
that's a lie. Pull them up.
Talking about if you condensed and had two populations of Blacks.
I agree with that, but you're talking about individual accolades and the individualism we've been taught in America. Community development, sir. Why can't we have a little Italy? Why can't we have a little? Why do we have to sit? Why can't we have a Chinatown? Come on, like what are you talking about? There is a such thing as community development, sir.
You have a little Italy. What do you call a Black neighborhood, sir?
Stop it! You see, you playing games. Who runs the community? Who runs the businesses in that community, sir?
That's your problem. That you.
I agree, sir. But how did that happen?
Because you would rather give your money to the Arab and the Asian.
BS. How did they, sir? They didn't. It didn't. We, sir. In 1950, there wasn't a bunch of Arab stores. This thing progressively happened over time.
Because niggas thought that the white man's ice was colder.
I agree. How did that happen?
Because niggas don't listen, man. Listen.
A spirit of individualism was brought in, sir.
No,
by teachers who think that we thought had our best interests.
You're accusing the Black Greeks for that, and
that is the Black Greeks. That's all the Black Greeks. That's what they do. Get your bag, get your money up. Make sure you get your education. What about going back for the Black?
Sir, again. The block starts at home.
I agree 100%.
Greeks have to clean up and be the teachers and mentors of these Black boys. What about these boys' fathers? Do you know how
those Black Greeks is these boys' fathers? How many Black Greeks have children out of wedlock? How many Black Greeks have children out of wedlock?
He's got a point of view. You's a goddamn lie, sir.
Sir, you're telling me all Black Greeks are married and all they live with all their kids?
Sir,
I know tons of Black Greeks. Do not start this, CT.
Sir,
they are, sir. Don't start this, CT. How many of them go stepping at that line and then go have a baby at the end of that night? CT, don't start this.
If you compare the Black Greek fathers to the
American First Rifleman, no, I'm telling the truth too. Is they started laughing. Come on, how many babies they got out of wedlock in them? Come on,
ghetto.
Off topic. About here?
No, all I hear is pseudo. That's all I hear.
Let our pan get in real quick.
I love you too, Rifleman. Always good to see you, brother.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think. Yeah, listen. I think this is just a terrible argument. Not for you, Chaotic, and the other brother. I think you're so off kilter. Is not worth arguing about, because even if the Black Greeks weren't the top, in helping people organize things, as long as they're in lockstep with everybody else trying to do better for the Black community, what does it matter who's the most? And this other thing,
what are they doing better, brother?
Well, hold on. You've been kind of filibustering a little bit. One of the problems that I have is when you talk about heart disease has to do with a lot of people who are fat people like me, right? We know we have an obesity problem, and we don't want to take accountability for it. I mean, they even have one of the biggest, fattest women in doing yoga and talking about body positivity. That is not the Black Greeks doing that. That's the same
So you
people.
saying that's being marketed to us?
Well, you filibustered the conversation with your thing because I know you want to be a victim. But the truth of the matter is,
no, sir, no victims.
We don't have to be susceptible to the things that we don't want to be susceptible to. Because I am a Black Greek. Well, I'm a Q, and I'm an old head. And back in the 70s, we had a blood drive in Buffalo, New York, where there were hardly any Black people. We had the biggest blood drive in the community of Black folks in the history of Western New York in 1977. The biggest one. The Red Cross came out and said, we couldn't believe what you guys accomplished. Right? And so we didn't sit down here, but by the time I graduated out of college, the white fraternities wanted me to be the president of the Panhellenic Council of all fraternities, not just the Black ones, of all of them. So I was trying to get out of engineering school, so I turned that job down. I'm kind of sad that I did, but I had to graduate for my family and for my future. So, you sit down here smashing a whole group of millions of Black people to get your point across. And that's not right. Because as a Black Omega Psi Phi fraternity guy, I would never do that to a Black community organizer who's not a Greek. I would never do that to somebody doing something positive for the Black community. My point wouldn't be big enough. As long as we're all going in the same direction, that's all that matters. We have a common enemy. And we can't sit down here and, regardless of that enemy, to be more in line with Chaotic says, I can't stand the victimization crap everybody talks about. Because here we are in 2023. We have Black CEOs. We have Black females doing more than ever. We got a Supreme Court justice who's Black. We got two, by the way. I don't give a shit what you think about Clarence Thomas. We got so many successful Black people. Tell me about the racism that's holding us back. Tell me about all of this bullshit you're talking about, man. We're focusing on
anything about racism. Y'all keep moving the goalposts,
you're talking about victimization, man.
Nobody.
You're talking about who's doing more for what. As long as we're all doing something positive, that should be all that matters.
Brother Payne, I have nothing but respect for you, sir, but I gotta tell you, this is
well, I'm gonna shut up after this. Even these panels on YouTube, where some panels are for crap, I'll argue that. But some other panels have a lot of nothing but solutions about marriage, about politics, about all the things that matters to us. They don't get as much views as some of the fun panels. But, now this is social media. This is now TV. We don't need NBC, ABC, and anybody else. We got YouTube to do that for us. We can reach thousands of people. And we're arguing about shit on who has the biggest support, who's doing the most. As long as we're all doing something positive, that should be all that matters. I'm going to just land it there. All right.
Like I said before, man, I remember when I was teaching, he's probably listening to it right now. And we were talking about, as a guy who I know who played NCAA basketball, older guy. And we got to talking about basketball. And, I'm just adamant about, he actually hooped. He was actually one of the, he was a good player. And he looked at me and said, you know what, Chaotic, you're a non-hooper. And that's what you are, his ghetto point of view. You're not even a Black Greek. So, anything that you say right now, no offense, and I rock with you, man. I rock with you.
I didn't have to become a Greek. I didn't have to become a Black Greek to become a Mason, but that's cool.
Everything that you say, everything that Savage, everything that Barnabas, everything that Deep said.
I didn't have to go through college to walk the sands. I didn't have to go to college to walk the burning sands. I was already qualified.
Okay, here goes the thing.
So, I didn't have to go through the silly let me dance the Greek dance before the Masons brought me on. So, that's my disqualification. I didn't do the silly Greek dance.
Okay, you talking about
I have lineage. You don't understand lineage. I have lineage. I come from family, sir. You don't have lineage. You don't have lineage.
Point of view.
You don't have. Show me this in your house. You don't have this. Like, so stop it. Like, I come from lineage, sir. I come from years of this.
So, but what I'm saying is that, okay, fine, you did. But what I'm saying is that.
No, I do. Like, it's funny because when Hafez comes up here, and it's cool for Hafez to have defected and have intellectual knowledge about a particular lifestyle in a society. But if I do, it's no, you didn't, no, you don't, because we say so. That's literally what you're saying. You saying I'm not a baller of this because you know me somehow.
Sir.
You know that part of my life somehow.
Sir, you guys.
You just said I'm not a baller, and you have no proof of that.
You guys are literally saying that there is a cabal made.
You keep moving the goalposts.
I'm moving the goalposts. That's what you got. I can't believe this.
Did you or did you not just say I'm not a baller in this because you know that because of what proof, sir?
I'm not going to sit up here.
That's what you just said. True or false? You see, we playing games.
His ghetto point of view.
I didn't have to do no college silly step in G5G to walk the burning sands, man. I didn't have to do that. I already had.
That's a movie, bro. That's a movie.
That's a movie for sure.
It was a movie reference, absolutely, because it's one of my favorite movies. But to pretend like there was not actual factual things taken from the movie to represent.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Savage, Barnabas, and Deep. If it were not for the Divine Nine, sir, and the way niggas are now, black people would be in utter fucking chaos. And
you're right, because we wouldn't be trying to get to Africa.
Well, we're from Africa, dummy.
No, we're not. Stop it.
So my question to you,
look up African. Everybody in the chat, look up African Lodge 459. Look up the creation of African Lodge 459. Look up the creation of Africa Lodge 459. Who from that lodge is African? Who's the African from Africa Lodge 459?
Ladies talk real quick. His ghetto point.
Exactly.
Go ahead, ladies, please.
It's cool.
My head hurts. Go ahead, ladies.
I understand. We got a lot.
I mean, I heard everything you said, his ghetto point of view. I don't agree with a lot of it in regards to the implications towards the organizations. But I myself am a part of an organization, and I work in my community. I do therapy and counseling. I've worked with the homeless. I've worked with the mentally ill. I've worked with maternal fetal medicine, all of that. And I do that for my community because I'm Black. So when you say, and I choose those jobs in particular communities, and I live in my community. Chaotic talks about me all the time. I'm that outside of my organization and in my organization. But I didn't need my organization to do that for me, to propel me in that way. So when you say,
wouldn't you argue that you wanted a few that was already about that action before you got into the organization? Because a lot of people in the organization is not about that at all. Though I would argue the vast majority is not.
But I had to be a candidate, and there were things that I had to come with to be in this organization. Part of that was community service. Part of that was doing for my community and pushing and moving things to get a part of this particular organization. So it's hard for me to think that half of those people are not doing anything for their community. But when you say community, are you talking about a community of Black people of all nations, or are you just speaking of Black Americans? Because
but what nations are we talking about? Because again, if Marcus Garvey and Du Bois and them are trying to prove that we're from someplace we're not, what nations are we referring to?
I'm speaking of Black people of all nations, of all nationalities.
But what would tie us to these people except Du Bois and Marcus Garvey working for the American Civilization Society and places like that, trying to lie to us and say we're from places we're not? Like, these are historical facts. Why are we not? Why when are we going to deal with these things?
I just his ghetto point of view, man. Who did you consider the community? That was my question.
Wait. I consider my community my community. Hey, but man, I know we got a lot of Africans over here now, so y'all be trying to jump into the conversation.
Hey, hold up. Hold on, Sub-Zero. I just cannot take between you and Golden Child or whatever the Golden Kid, whatever that idiot is in the comments disparaging Africans. You can disagree. CT cooks Africans, I cook Africans, but guess what? The fact remains, we come from the motherland. Hold on, Ghetto. You got to be emotional and say, hold on, Ghetto. You got to be emotional and take over the whole thing. So let me speak, and I will drop off, and you'll get to say more of your pseudo stuff. look, here's the deal.
Why is everything that can actually be proven still called pseudo?
Oh my God. Just let somebody talk, ghetto. Everybody respects you. Let other people talk, sir. So here's the deal. Okay, you can level a decent critique of the Eastern Stars or the AKAs. People critique them all the time. Some legitimate, not legitimate, but they're not coming with this crazy cabal stuff. They like, people show extraordinary claims, extraordinary evidence. It's too easy. So last thing I'm going to say is, you come on here all the time and there always has to be a nefarious presence, people, like the same theme with you every time is Black folks are being held back by somebody or something instead of just getting busy on what we do or what we can do. So it's just like all these Eastern Stars folks. I'll be real quick, CT. When I lived in Georgia, all the complaints I can have for AKAs and all these organizations, they were on the street doing stuff. They have lots. So every position that they have high functioning Black people, they were either them or in close proximity. So what you're saying is weird as hell. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Chaotic, for having me.
Yep, and stay on the panel too if you can. $7.5 super chat says, "Don't lie. Only thing that matters to you guys are your hazing rituals." Says the guy who's not in the Divine Nine. Savage. Savage also says, "Don't lie on me." Savage says, "Eastern Stars and Freemasons practice good deals to balance their bad deeds."
What? Who?
Let me ask his ghetto point of view a question real quick. His ghetto point of view: if all the Black Greeks and Black organizations were to cease today, where would Black people be in 10 years?
They would still be getting over the rhetoric that happened, because it would take longer than that.
Okay.
I mean, in Dr. Joy DeGrua's book, she says that it's going to take hundreds of years just to get over slavery. So how could it take just 10 years to get over people lying to us about the fact that we're not from Africa? I'm just saying it would take a longer time than that, because first of all, you have people like American First Riflemen who just refuse to believe. To be honest, it would take the old heads passing away. I love the old heads, but they're going to continue to teach this rhetoric that people are from a place they're not. And so
I'm not Native American, bro.
That's your business, and that's fine. I could do it. If you put up $1,000 and do your genealogy, I bet you'd have a different conversation. But let's go there. But you don't want to go there because you're afraid. You're actually afraid.
I took a DNA test, and guess where it comes from? Africa, dummy.
You took Rick Kittle's DNA test, which is 0.001% accurate according to his interview on CBS. Less than 0.001% accurate. Dr. Rick Kittle's out his own mouth said that my whole African database is less than 0.001% accurate during his 60 minutes interview. Like, you paid $800 for a joke of your life. Congratulations. You paid $800 to be lied to.
His ghetto point of view. Okay.
I'd say the same for you too, his ghetto point of view. Like, you trust okay.
I trust what? Genealogy?
His ghetto point of view.
Yeah, I do. I trust the records from every vital statistics place across the country. Yes, I do.
Bro, you crashing out, bro.
Did Carlee Russell do this hoax because of Alpha Kappa Alpha? That's just the main question for today.
That's your man D's thing, and I just find this interesting that we wouldn't even approach the topic, but with everything they've done in this country.
Who's done?
Those organizations.
Okay, let's just keep it to AKA. What have the AKAs done, sir?
Any AKA that's affiliated themselves with higher up organizations, a lot of them have done stuff, but we'll pretend they haven't for the sake of this conversation. I got you.
Like what?
Just
murders.
Hold on. Just
arsons, kidnaps. I mean, let's.
Okay.
So hold on.
It's got a point of view. Kindred spirit to kindred spirit. What have the AKAs done?
Name somebody in AKAs and let's go.
Felicia Rashad.
I don't know what she's done besides be a beautiful woman.
Is, right?
I said, what has she done besides be a beautiful woman and Ahmad Rashad's amazing wife?
Maya Angelou.
She was a prostitute.
She
was a prostitute. Maya Angelou was a super prostitute. Whoa.
I blame you for this, chaotic.
Maya Angelou is honorary. She's honorary. She's not a real member. So let's,
Yeah, and she was a prostitute though. We got to keep her.
Again, Maya Angelou was honorary. It's like having an honorary degree.
Maya Angelou was not a prostitute.
Yes, she was.
Yes, no.
She had a past.
No.
She's a prostitute. So,
She
let's not.
is not an AKA. She's an honorary member. I'm
But
talking
that's not
about
the point.
Okay. I'm gonna bring up his ghetto point of view because he's on 10 right now.
Yeah, that's not beside the point. What point you trying to make, Ghetto? Ghetto, what point you trying to make?
This wasn't my point. This was an ego play of chaotic to try to prove which group is the better group. That proves the fact that there's division and individualism.
I'm asking you a question.
See who's better out of the two groups. The groups are not one, and I thank you for proving that. You have this upper crust who thinks they can talk down to and try to teach lies to the rest of us.
Can I ask you a question to forward the conversation? Where do you think black people are from, and what difference does it make?
No.
The majority of black people are from America, and that can be easily proven, sir.
Okay. Why are we having this conversation, man?
You guys aren't listening.
CT, we gotta stop this, man. This is getting out of control now.
It went down a rabbit hole.
This is getting out of control.
That son of a bitch Deep came up here and said that the Divine Nine is the reason why that girl set up the hoax, and then it went down to this.
If anybody believes that, the only thing that you could really say is that her being a part of that is why it got national attention. Could go with, but just saying that they created the whole situation, they put some sort of spell on her to make her believe that there was a white baby on the road. That's pushing it. But still, get his ghetto point of view, man. It really hurts to see you crash out up here about this. First thing in the Matrix, man. When you understand the Matrix, you can't force nobody to take the pill. So you up here trying to force people to take the pill you're really just pushing people away. You're not doing anything by trying to prove all of these things that you can't really substantiate. And if you can't explain to a third grader about the things that you believe that you know,
substantiate it right now.
You can't. You're not even convincing adults.
CT 1000.
Hold on, let me read the super chat real quick. Savage with the $5 super chat says Bill Gates does good deeds for Africa. Still went to one of that island. We can't talk about that. Oh my God. Savage says,
this is what I'm saying.
He just got a hit on Rico. Oh my God. A hit with
That's what I'm saying. I love conversations in the right setting and context. But when you come up on these panels where people are not trying to have these conversations, you trying to force your narrative on people is only pushing them away. You're crashing out up here, man. You're getting emotional over. Listen, even if you are spiritual and you understand things, only 20% of us gonna be saved anyway. Save the whole black community. You dying on that hill on your own. There's not one black person that can save the whole black community. So you trying to blame the
whole black community, sir.
But you trying to say the Divine Nine should.
No, I didn't. I never said that. I said they are a detriment for the things they teach. I never said they should try to save anything.
Bro, these are people that went to school, that bettered themselves, that probably came from the same hoods that me and you grew up in.
I agree. And that's what they use to get back in them hoods and try to trick people. I agree with what you're saying. Because Lincoln couldn't do it, and the people at ACS couldn't do it, so they started hiring us to do it.
So
there's people that are.
I'm sorry.
There's people that are there's pushing degradation to the black community by you saying that it's the Divine Nine. It's not right, man. I think
it's not right. That don't mean it's incorrect or inaccurate or historically untrue. Just because you're saying it's not right, quote unquote, right.
Doesn't
mean it's not true.
Listen, I'm with you. The uppity Negroes they rub me the wrong way too, but I'm not about to try to force a pill down their throat.
I'm not trying to force a pill down their throat either.
You are
though. My opinion on this, and I gave it. I'm not allowed to give my honest opinion. You want me to just get up here and just say something I don't believe because it would make y'all feel better?
No. Hey, say what you gotta say and move on.
But that's what I did. And y'all kept asking me questions, and I kept going with it.
Hey, Sub, let me say this real quick.
I didn't take the conversation in this direction. Chaotic Truth asked me.
Hey, I'm gonna jump off, Ghetto. Look, everybody look at that Negro shirt You look at it, you can't take them serious. I'm signing off. Thank you, everybody. Get off the pseudo stuff.
Because I have the
Be productive.
I have the same thing that's on the dollar bill on my shirt. Wow, that's interesting. So it could be on the dollar bill, but it can't be on my T-shirt. So we'll spend it as money, but it's a problem that I have to print.
I think
that's hilarious.
I think Lit has a question. Go ahead, Lit.
Oh, I didn't have a question. If I did, I'm sorry. It kind of went by me.
This has gotten to be very sloppy.
It's the same thing that's on your dollar bills, guys. It's okay.
So
You'll be all right.
From point of view, are you saying that so all of the professors that are members of the D9, all of the business owners in the country, doesn't mean anything? Scientists doesn't mean anything, or just all individual stuff?
The question was, what is their contribution? The metric you use, once again, because we keep moving. The metric you asked about was, what is their contribution to the community? Not what have they individually done, not what were their individual accolades, not how many degrees have they created, not the large. Please let me finish. Please. You see, when I'm calm, y'all cut me off. Then when I yell, it's look at the uppity.
I mean, to be completely honest,
it's a game. It's a game.
To be honest with you, again, I've taught at schools. I tell you the story all the time about my one fraternity brother who was a principal at a charter school. The CEO, the principal, the board of directors, many of the teachers, all a part of the D9. And who were the children? These were the children of. These are kids who come from bad backgrounds, kids who come from single parent households. It was us taking care of them.
And Dr. Ali Muhammad and many people from the Nation of Islam are also teachers and principals at a bunch of the hardest schools around this community, having the GDs and the vice to be able to finally go and get their regents and be able to graduate.
We're not talking about the Nation of Islam.
Why not? They're also a great organization doing stuff in the community.
But we're talking about.
But you're saying that like your guys are the only ones, but the reality is other people are doing it too. The comment was made that those organizations are dwindling in numbers, and that's just not true. If they are, everyone is, because no one just cares about that stuff anymore. That was literally the statement I was making.
Sir, if you go down south, man, you have a line of 80.
I agree. Of course, it's very much more abundant down south. That doesn't mean the numbers what they were back in the day. Even in the south, the numbers aren't what they were back in the day.
That's false.
Again, I would love to see actual proof of that, but okay.
But since you know so much about the D9 organization, I just want to understand, because you have the facts. What are some of the ideologies?
I don't have facts. I just read them.
Well, you speak very factually. So again, I'm just, using what you've come across as and all of your data and statistics and his story. But I do want to know.
Blackpass.org.
Let me ask my question, because you don't even know what I'm. You don't know
I shared the link to in the back. But okay.
Okay. But anyway, since you know so much about the D9 organization, I just want to know what do you think it is that we're indoctrinating to?
I said that several times. They're trying to tell people they're from Africa and they're not. Like I said that several times. Several times.
You think
Marcus Garvey? That's a very serious thing. What do you mean? Who cares? It's a very serious thing.
Who cares?
We're being serious.
I know you Africans don't care that people are getting their land stolen over here because you guys have sold your land to China. But over here we have an issue, sir, with this thing.
Talk about something you don't know,
bro. You're not gonna get any. Ain't nobody gonna give you the land back through legislation or some law. You gonna have to kill some people if you want the land back. And that's because you don't really understand how.
Nah, I actually do understand that. I actually say people are soft because they're not afraid to go there.
Bro, then make it happen. Then
I'm one person, sir. You being ridiculous. Like I'm not.
Bro,
I'm not retarded with how these things work. These things do not start with one person.
It does start with one person. You gotta be the martyr. You gotta set the example.
I'm not no martyr. I'm not a dummy, sir. I'm not no dummy.
Then quit talking about it.
I brought up these things in reply to what I was asked. I did not come up here to talk about this today. I came up here to talk about Carlee Russell. This conversation was not on my agenda today. They asked me these questions. I answered them. Stop trying to act like I came up here. We did all this thing about Marcus. I did not come up here talking about this today, sir. Cut it out.
Chill, Will.
You gotta let it.
Says I'm in the South. People don't pay the D9 any attention.
Thank you. Stop lying.
But don't worry about it, Chill Will, because the D9, I bet you the D9 runs the fire department, the police department. Okay, okay. Say no, you don't. All you want. Pick a city right now in the South. Let's do it. Pick it.
New Orleans, Louisiana.
Okay, I'm gonna go there right now, guys. All right, you guys continue to talk.
Now, I wanted to talk about Bronny James, man. Can we talk about Bronny James? Because this conversation is going nowhere. All right, Bronny James, man. Bronny James. I like that. Since we in the conspiracy bag, let me give y'all my conspiracy on Bronny James. He was never going to make the NBA. I know niggas at the gym that could play better than him. Yes, I do. I know niggas at the gym that could play better than Bronny James. He was never gonna make the NBA. The only reason he was considered is because of who his daddy is. We got to keep it real. This heart condition that he's just finally found out about or whatever is going on. This is just a save face because he was never gonna make it to the NBA in the first place. That's what this is all about. That's what this was all about.
They did have him. They did. Listen, man. They supposedly they had him at number 9.
Number 9, what?
A lot of analysts. I mean, of course he didn't. But they had him at, I know they had him at number 9. It was ridiculous. Yeah. I don't know.
Listen, man. Listen. He's barely a collegiate athlete. He's definitely not.
Guys, can we get on? Hold on for a second. Can somebody? We need to have at least 2 people get on camera. Go ahead, HB.
Yeah, he's not a collegiate athlete. He's barely a collegiate athlete. Everybody knows this. I think with LeBron, he's just pushing a narrative, trying to pretend like he's some great dad and all this other stuff. It's just a narrative that he's pushing. But this whole thing with his heart condition, Shaq's son really had a heart condition. They knew about it since he was a child. Bronny didn't know he had some type of heart condition. He's probably goes to see the best specialists, the best doctors in the world. You telling me they just now finding out about this? This is all just a ruse to make sure that they're gonna say next thing they're gonna say is, oh, he's not healthy enough to play. This is all just it's all publicity for LeBron. That's all this really is. I don't think he was ever going to be in the NBA, and I knew since I saw him play, he's never gonna be in the NBA. He's not good enough.
Yeah, HB is 1,000% on point, man. He's not big enough. He's not fast enough. He's not person or the best person on his team. When he was younger, he was on a team with Mikey Williams. For those that know about him and his recent gun charge, when he got older, he was on a team with other stars. He's never been a dominant guy. And now his little brother.
Let me go ahead and cut him off real quick. Now, didn't this Negro say New Orleans, Louisiana, right? The police chief. Guess what organization she's a part of?
Of course,
his ghetto point
of view. She is, because that's the only way she would get that job. And NASA gave it to her because she a good little follower.
But sir, the person in the chill wheel who's in the back said, "Ain't nobody stunting." Because I'm gonna use a southern word. The black Greeks down there. It don't matter. They're in power.
Are they the boule, which is the holders of power for master?
Another city, sir. I bet you the fire chief. What are you talking about? The black
right.
will dominate and will continue to dominate, and it's an egregious statement that what Deep said earlier. We ain't gotta come up with no hoaxes.
Who's the senators though?
Sir, there's only 2 senators per state. What the hell are you talking about? Now, you want to do congressmen and congresswomen? You want to go there?
No, I don't want to go to congressmen because those are more allocated. Let's talk about senators.
Allocated? What are you?
Yeah, isn't that allocated by population size? Yes or no? Is Congress people allocated by population size? Is that an inaccurate statement?
Man, go ahead, man.
You see, you try to make a joke because you won't tell the truth.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Is Congress people allocated by population of a state?
They represent a certain district. They represent a district.
Are they allocated to those districts and or territories by the population size?
Sir.
I'll take that as a yes. I love you too, CT.
Sir, man. I rock with you, man. But
I do. I love you too, CT. We just having a difference of opinion today. It's all good.
Yeah, but see, the problem is today is that you guys are saying some egregious things about the D9.
Listen, brother, I understand. If your D9 brother say you can't have his ghetto on no more because he too crazy, I respect it, brother.
Bro,
I understand who run the world. I know who run the world.
Bro, man, I just think you're giving way too much. Listen, his ghetto point of view. First of all, even if let's say you're all 100% right, you think CT is gonna get up here and say, "Yeah, you caught us"?
No, and that's literally what Dean said. He said, "Of course he's gonna lie."
Hey, what'd you say? Hey, hold on for a second.
Yeah, you think CT's gonna be up here like, he got me, y'all. He figured it out. Like, no, like, bro, you have. Come on, man. Even if you're 100% right, you going up against an establishment from years. Bro, if you gonna try to convince people, it's gonna take a lifetime of research. This is not the platform for that. I get you. You don't want to be wrong, though. You don't want to be wrong. You don't want to concede, and I understand that.
My lineage is what it is. Like everybody could keep trying to call me African until they blue in the face. I don't sit here and try to call anybody what they're not. But that's fine. I get it. Y'all are butthurt because y'all mommies and y'all sixth grade teachers.
Bro, it's not about that. It's not about that. No. As a man, can't nobody tell you what you are, but you trying to tell other people what they are, and that's
not
where
true at all. I've never told anybody anything. I've been told I was African 1,000 times on this panel by America's first rifleman, and no one says it. No one says, "Hey, stop! Respect his lineage, respect his heritage." No, everybody says, "Nah, it's okay." Laugh, hee, ha, ha.
Who cares what he thinks though? Why do you care so much?
It's not about a care. I'm just saying you brought up a conversation piece and I rebutted it. Now you're trying to move the goalpost again. That's what you guys do.
So now I'm a part of it too now?
You guys are not a part of anything. You guys are not a part of anything. Calm down.
Okay. Sure. About to say they better send me my check if I'm a part of it. I better be getting paid for these secret societies. You better send me my check.
Damn, HB, you a Buffalo Soldier? That's rough, bro. Rough, bro. You know I know the history of the Buffalo Soldiers. That's rough, bro.
But
killed a lot of my people. Killed a lot of my people, brother. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey man,
traitors to their own race. Traitors to their own race.
Hey man, we've been at war for centuries, man.
With ourselves.
Yeah. I agree.
Dreadnought Rastas.
LT, what's up? What's going on? You want to say something?
Honestly, I feel like I said.
Yeah.
I said what I had to say. I think I'm good.
Okay.
But also definitely gave me a broader perspective on, how it is as a collective of people. We think and I'm going to do my part with my D9 organization and even outside of that. So I'm going to just end it there.
Do you feel like Deep came up here as an agent provocateur of sorts? And go ahead.
Wait, you asking me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Yeah.
Well, see, I came in before, in the middle of his point, so I don't even know how he started. To be honest,
no, he basically said that the D9 was responsible for this hoax event because there's some sort of cabal, like we're just sitting around in a room somewhere with a pentagon, and we're like, yes, let's come up with this hoax scheme here. That's what Deep is basically saying. Like we're in some sort of circle jerk, and it's all the members of the D9, and we're just around. And we said, let's get this girl
laundering money.
Yeah, let's get this girl. He said something about laundering money. He didn't even explain that good either. I don't even know what we're laundering, but yeah.
No, I don't agree with that at all. And I mean, that just basically shows his ignorance. And I mean, there's a few other people on the panel that pretty much showed their ignorance as well. And it's like, yes, are we always going to have a few bad rotten apples? Yes, but it doesn't necessarily, make up for the organization, or definitely doesn't define any organization. So you know, people like to speak on a lot of things they don't know and very confidently. And this is what creates rumors and false ideologies. I mean, this tailors back to the beginning of time. So, I mean, it's something we won't stop doing as human beings, because I feel like it's just innate in us.
I mean,
to spit out and regurgitate things we don't know, but make us feel good for whatever we lack within. But I mean, that's
like it's a part of our people to give our money to people. That don't never mean that's no good.
You know what really hurt me today, and I normally don't get hurt. Here I go, a member of the greatest fraternity on the planet, a fraternity that literally has some of the greatest alumni in human history, some of the greatest men ever, a fraternity that literally is the pillar in the Black community. And not just my fraternity, but all the other D9 organizations. And to have some niggas who ain't even in the D9 and two white boys undermine our organizations that keep the nigga community afloat, it's appalling to me. It's absolutely appalling. If it were not for the Divine Nine, the Black community in America, and I'm going to be completely honest with you, man, it would look like a third world country, a coast to coast with Negroes. We are keeping everything afloat. The boule, yes, that class of
the keepers of the secrets.
It was. What secrets are you talking about? You mean
the defenders of the chiefs? The defenders of the pharaohs, the keepers of the defenders of the pharaohs, the keepers of the secrets.
Sir, the D9. Can I talk, please, sir? The D9. The Eastern Stars, the Masons, are civically involved, are politically involved. You will find members in all avenues of industry.
That's the point. That's why they do it.
The fact that this nigga sitting behind an avatar, we don't even know who he is. Could be a white boy trying to be an agent provocateur, because we've been talking about it for the past 2.5 hours, came here and stirred up the pot, completely undermined the Divine Nine by saying that Divine Nine orchestrated this hoax. And all the shit that we do, that's appalling to me. That's appalling.
But CT, do you agree that whether being a part of that organization, do you think it would have gotten as much like attention in the media?
I don't think so. I think that the reason why
I think see, that's definitely what I agree with. And I think when you put it in that type of context, you could sort of see why the conspiracy theorists would kind of lean towards think it's just because these are supposed to be the best and the brightest of the Black community. So of course we're gonna care more about them than we're gonna care about a hooker that got kidnapped. I mean, we don't got it. It doesn't.
Maya Angelou right now. We up here talking about Maya Angelou right now. What you mean?
No, you're missing the point.
You're missing the point. Maya Angelou is a hooker. She changed her life. We're talking about. She changed her life. Come on. She changed her life, man. Come on.
Okay, so
I mean,
yeah.
Go ahead, CT. My bad.
I think the NOI do more for the community. CT. Again,
they absolutely do. Dr. Abdul Muhammad, he has done more for Chicago's public schools than all of the people in all of those chapters of all of those organizations combined. Please go fund his campaign and get him reinstated to Chicago's public schools. They need actual principals like that around.
No offense, his ghetto point of view, but the super chat literally says my name. Can you mind if I talk? Now, you know I'm a follower of great organizations, and I love the NOI, but they don't really have a presence outside of Chicago, buddy. No, they don't. They don't really have a presence in New York. They don't really have a presence in Florida. They don't really have a presence coast to coast.
Sir, they have schools and mosques out here in New York. What are you talking about?
What's the school in New York?
It's called Muhammad's School. Muhammad's University, yes.
I thought Muhammad's University was in Chicago, so I'm wrong.
Sir, they have schools all over. What are you talking about? You can literally go on their website. You can register for. They have several campuses out here in New York.
All right, man. Name me a Nation of Islam member who was a mayor of a city, councilman, governor, senator. Name me one right now. Name me one who
mayor of a city.
Name
Come
me
on,
one who's
we
on the
playing
equivalent.
right
Name me one who's the equivalent of. And please, people in the FOI, forgive me because I rock with y'all. But name me somebody in Nation of Islam who's on the equivalent of Robert F. Smith, who's my fraternity brother, who's a billionaire. Name me one.
Who's a billionaire?
Name me one. Name me.
I would
Name
argue
me somebody
Elijah
in
Muhammad at his time was a
Name me somebody
billionaire.
in NOI who has created.
Elijah Muhammad. Go ahead, say he didn't create a ton of infrastructure in this country.
He did, but
so then why are you acting like you said name somebody equivalent to Robert Smith and I named somebody and now you suck your teeth? You see, you don't even want the answer, CT.
Dude, you named the founder of the actual.
You named a founder as well. You named a founder of business as well. Robert Smith is a founder of business. I named another founder of business, and now you're upset.
Muhammad, do you have mayors who are a part of the Nation of Islam?
Sir, they don't participate in the politics to that degree. That's more of a recent thing. Participating in politics like that.
Then they're not civically involved.
They're not civically involved because they don't play the politics game.
No, they're not.
So everything they do in the community doesn't matter because they don't put their name on a ballot.
You said that. I didn't say that.
So but that's exactly, you just said they're not civically. That's not the definition of civics, sir.
Sir, you can get more done by being a council.
That's not true. That's not true. I'd argue you get less done because now you have to go through all the bureaucracy.
Selling bean pies ain't doing nothing, man.
Selling beans. So having the schools, sir, they literally have emergency ambulance. They have their own voluntary ambulance here in New York. They have their own name the voluntary ambulances that you guys have started. They literally train people to be EMTs, and those EMTs get hired by the fire department of New York. Look up Brother Rudolph Muhammad and his volunteer ambulance corporation. That's right out here in New York. They literally are training people and giving them the hands-on skills to get them trained to save lives out here in the community. We do not have enough.
Let me go ahead and mute this nigga, man. Like that, is it my show or not?
Yeah, let's get a question. He's crashing out, man.
More black men
crashing out.
Okay, when it comes to teachers that are black men, do more of them represent the Nation of Islam or do more of them represent the D9? Go.
Sir, I'd argue more of them represent the D9, but that's not because the people in the nation aren't excellent teachers. So, but go ahead. You got it.
Savage says, I'm sure it's not all gang members, just the ones that get caught. Oh, my God. Go ahead, Chill Will, man. You're on mute.
What's up, CT?
What's up, man?
Hey man, I grew up. I was born and raised here in Atlanta.
Chill Will, can you turn off the ESPN in the background? Do you mind?
Yeah. Hold on. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry, bro. And that's the news. I'm sorry, but I'll turn that down. Hold on. That's better. Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Can you hear me now, CT?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I just wanted to give you. I was born and raised here in Atlanta, and I just wanted to give you a story, if it was okay. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why I say I think the NOI do more for the community, and I'm not trying to knock the D9. The West End. I'm pretty sure if you've been down here, CT, it was excuse me for cussing. It was a shithole at one point.
Are you good?
There was drugs. There was junkies. There was all kind of violence going on in that area, and that is where that's where all of our colleges are right there. It wasn't the D9 that came over there and cleaned that up. It wasn't the D9 that went into those schools. It was the NOI that came and cleaned up the West End and made it what it is today. They went in there, they started teaching at the schools. They made the drug dealers move up out of that area. They built back up the mall, and you have a lot of prominent businesses right there. And I'm not down in the D9, but I've seen more NOI do more for the community. I was born here, and I was born in Atlanta. I was raised in Decatur, went to school in the West End. Everywhere I went that I saw that it was bad, I've seen the NOI go into those areas and clean them up. I rarely see, and the reason why I said earlier is that the people don't pay the D9 any attention. The D9 are normally they do have money, but they are not in these communities. They are not. I've seen more NOI teachers come into our schools and teach us than I have the D9. I've seen them raise more money and give more money to our schools than the D9. Just like he said, their
100%.
ambulances. They taught us CPR. They taught us how to grow our foods. If you go to the West End right now, CT, and I'm not down in the D9, you'll see more Muslims down there teaching brothers how to do stuff. And you don't even have to be a member of
You
the
don't
NOI.
even have to
Just,
be a
hey,
member. They'll just hold you down. I wasn't even a member, and the stuff I did with them was
They give us
amazing.
free school classes. They give matter of fact, if you go in the West End, one of the schools that gives the community like free GED classes and teaches them, the laws and stuff, it's the NOI. They teach you how to eat healthy. They teach you exercise, how to build back up your community. We have a huge community garden right there in the West End. It's run by the NOI. They protect it. They fund it. They do not ask us for anything. And they just want you, hey, man, just come learn how to grow food. Hey, man, come take our CPR classes. Mentorship to young men and putting them into better programs so that they can change their lives. They're the ones that's trying to get the Atlanta Job Corps to come back to Atlanta because they closed it down. That's all the NOI. I'm not saying the D9 don't do anything, but I see more help in my city from the NOI.
Okay, can I
everywhere
respond?
I go?
Can I respond to you, Chill Will?
Yeah, of course you can. I'm gonna mute my mic.
You mentioned Atlanta. I've been going to Atlanta since the mid 90s. I love Atlanta. I'm almost willing to bet, my good man, that the majority of the teachers there in Atlanta, the majority of the superintendents, the majority of the principals are D9. I'm almost willing to bet without a shadow of a doubt that the people running the education department down there are members of the D9. CT, what's your evidence for this? Well, I don't have any evidence in front of me, but I can only assume since you have a lot of goddamn HBCUs down there. You got Spelman, you got Morehouse, Clark Atlanta, you got, I think Morris Brown is open again. I don't know if it is or not.
Yeah, it's open.
Okay. Yeah, so I would assume that, and then you gotta think about this. A lot of people in Atlanta are transplants, and I know because a lot of my friends and people I know moved down there who are Greek. I get what you're saying. Trust me, I do, man. I rock with the NOI, okay? But they don't have the numbers that you guys are pretending that they do, that you think that they do. They don't, bro. They don't. They're not all they might be in the school that you were in, but they ain't in. I'm telling you, man, most of these schools are ran by Deltas, AKAs, Sigma Gamma Rho, Zetas. Come on, man. Let's stop, bro. Let's stop, man.
Why and CT, I'll rock with you. And
so you're going to blame the failure of the school system on the
D9
organization?
Yes, ma'am. The people who run the schools are they're failing the schools. Yes, ma'am. That's correct. They're stealing the money. They're mismanaging the funds. They don't care about the students that share their reflection. All of these D9 schools, let's look at the numbers of the schools. Let's look at the violence in the schools. They are the reason the schools are failing. They are the reason.
America. That's where it comes from. It comes from the feeling of the individual Black person. Again, you are absolving all accountability on those individuals. The D9 are just going in and cleaning up the mess that we have created in the first place. You're missing the entire point. You're basically saying, like, yeah, we raise these kids. At the moment they get out the hospital, we indoctrinate them with our ideologies and our theocracies, et cetera, et cetera. And then we just go ahead and lead them out into the world. That's absolutely false. You're absolving all accountability on that individual person. Why are these kids coming from broken homes? Because there is a mental health decline in the Black community. You're missing the entire point. We are not healed as a society. We are constantly trying to build on quicksand and are constantly failing because our minds are absolutely dissolved. And
why is there a mental health problem in the Black community?
Organizations, when in reality, our jobs are just to clean up the mess that our own people created. So how about we talk about that?
Let me drop these GDIs real quick. Okay. And I'm gonna bring them back up because obviously, okay, let's do it like this. We've been sitting up here for almost 4 hours. We got to blame Deep for this conversation because I didn't even think anything about the D9 and Carlee Russell at all. Is it Lisa or Litza?
It's Litza.
Okay, Litza.
Yeah.
Litza, you're absolutely correct. How do I know this? Oh, I was a probation officer for years. How do I know this? I was a teacher for years. I went into the ghetto, the inner cities.
Mm-hmm.
It is the Black Greeks primarily that end up being the teachers, the principals, the superintendents that are doing the cleanup work for all of these people. We are the ones who have to deal with these lead poisoning kids, these mentally ill kids, all of these kids. We're the ones who have to deal with the high levels of autism. We're the ones. It is the absolute facts.
Yeah.
And the nerve of this Negro to say the nation, those bean pie selling Negroes are in these schools like they're all over. Stop it. The facts aren't there. Because if that were the case, the NOI, those members will be principals. They will be on the board of directors. They will be the board of education CEOs or directors. It's just not there. I don't see it in these schools. And then this Negro says, well, it's y'all that are messing up these schools. It's us. So we're the reasons why the little badass little kids won't do their homework, won't act normal in class, et cetera, et cetera. Now blame it on the D9. See, it's disingenuous. Just spit in our faces.
Mm-hmm.
They blamed Carlee Russell today on Alpha Kappa Alpha, the same Alpha Kappa Alpha that's done over 100 years of community service work, uplifting communities. Some of the greatest female alumni come from Alpha Kappa Alpha, but they want to shit on Alpha Kappa Alpha. They want to shit on the D9. They want to shit on Eastern Stars. It is fascinating to me. And then you get Savage and you get Barnabas, two white people who don't have anything to do with the D9. It's mind-boggling. And that's why I have literally turned my back on the Black community, Litza, because it's just a constant spit in my face. Go ahead, Litza. Go ahead. And I'm gonna bring the
No, I honestly, I agree with you. Again, we're missing the entire point. Yeah. We're missing of how do these issues start, and to blame, and even, one of what is his name? His point of view. We're the ones that are coming in and infiltrating these schools, but we're not creating the system. Like we don't create the system. We're just kind of like giving what we're told in a way, and we're implementing it to the students to the best of our ability. But there's a lot of laws. That's all I'm going to say. But again, I think we can't absolve personal responsibility on these individuals, which is us. It starts at the home. It starts with us. We have broken people, having broken kids, creating broken communities, which then creates a broken society. We need to get back to our personal mental health, I feel, and health as well, because the two go hand in hand. But I mean, that's just my opinion. I don't know if Raz has something else to say. Mm-hmm.
Listen, see, niggas don't want to do metrics with me because I'll go tit for tat with a nigga, and I don't care if it's an NOI or not. The NOI, do those kids? Okay, give me the percent of those kids that go to Ivy Leagues. Give me the percent of those kids that go to even like a school like Duke, a damn near Ivy League. I'm almost willing to bet there are Black schools under Black Greek leadership where kids go to go to Ivy Leagues and they go on to have better careers than the kids under those Nation of Islam teachers. I'm almost willing to bet. Because they don't want to be a part of this system, and that's fine. I understand it. They don't want to be. They're a nation of themselves. I get it. But the thing is that we are talking about the United States of America and everything within the United States. And the fact of the matter is that we all know who's maintaining the Black community. It is the Black Greeks. Let's be completely honest here.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out who is the community, because The teachers are the community, and if they're Black
Yep.
Greeks, they're working in the community.
They're working
Medical
in the
personnel
community.
working in the community.
Police
Social
chief.
workers, police chiefs, civics, judges working in the community. We are the community. Now, if you're talking about somebody that's babysitting some kids in an apartment, yeah, she's helping out home chick in the neighborhood, but it's policy, it's legislation, then it's us. You got to go to school, you got to get some accolades, you got to get all that to be a part of that part of the community. So who do you want us to big up? Yes, there are people in the community helping, but you can't sit up here and downgrade and say that it's us and then it's the mama and it's the daddy, and it's not consistent. There's no respect for the teacher. There's no respect for the people in the communities trying to help these kids for 8 hours a day, trying to help the sick and the ill outside. Like, what are you talking about? What do you want to see Black Elite, Boule, Divine Nine? What do you want to see them do?
I think what's even more disgusting is that we're even having a conversation about which subsets of group in the Black community does more than the other. Like, we're missing the point here. We're all doing something. That should be the main focus. Why is it that the D9 is this and the NOI? We're all doing something.
And you know what's so crazy, Lixa? The D9 doesn't talk shit about other groups of people, and I feel like it's time that we should do that. Like to just be arrogant. Like, we're the ones who are maintaining.
You should.
Yeah,
you should. I think you should start, because listen. The way I look at the D9, the Divine Nine, all of that, I think y'all uppity Negroes anyway. Y'all should just start talking down on Black folks. Keep it real. Y'all think the majority of the Black folks are scum, as you should. See, y'all ain't living in the communities. Y'all work there, to the suburbs.
I don't
Keep
think
it
that.
real.
I don't think
Keep
that.
it real.
I work and live in the community.
Listen,
Rise girl, stop it.
Listen, does the zookeeper live in the zoo, HB?
Not at all.
That zookeeper may love that lion. He may, you see the
That's
zookeeper
why y'all need to stand up on what you do. You guys actually do give back to these. Like, I'm not saying, but I think you should be a little bit more pompous about it. Cause listen, man, I feel bad for Ghetto Point of View, because there is some truth to what he says, but he's not getting the bigger picture, man. He still thinks that there's gonna be some savior that's supposed to like complete and fix the Black community, and that doesn't happen in any other community. But for some reason, the Black community needs a savior. They need a group to fix every single problem in the Black community. It's just niggas making bad choices. That's what it is. Even if the Divine Nine was saying all this stuff that Ghetto Point of View was saying, like, y'all not really from Africa, all of this stuff, it wouldn't change how niggas think. And that's what he doesn't get. Even if they are the white man's Doberman pincher and doing the deed, even if they came out and told you that's what they doing, it ain't gonna change the nigga's mentality. The nigga's still gonna sag his pants. He's still gonna try to get some coochie. He's still gonna sell his drugs. It ain't gonna change nothing. So I just think it's pointless. But go ahead, see. My bad. Go ahead.
And this is why I get appalled, and I'm appalled today. Normally y'all don't get appalled. You see this guy right here? You see this guy?
Who is that?
His name is Derek Owens. He was shot and killed in 2008 by some dumb little niggas in the line of duty. I didn't know Derek Owens, but he was an older bruh of mine, fraternity brother of mine. I didn't know him. Wasn't it just 20 minutes ago when his Ghetto Point of View said that the D9 isn't, or Chill Will said we're not stumping boots into the community? I know a lot of alphas and kappas and Qs who are police officers. Where in those Q? Let me not say that because I don't want to joke like that. But the D9 isn't in the community stomping boots. The D9 are black. What are you talking about? They're police officers. They're firefighters, and they die in the line of duty. The NOI ain't doing that. Let's be honest, bro. Let's be honest, man. Another I wouldn't say disrespectful, but it's just another thing if somebody just talking, don't even know what they're talking about. Go ahead, guys.
I think that's part of it too. Like in any organization, any secret society, there's gonna be things. There's gonna be oaths you have to take. I mean, we used to take oaths in grade school in front of the flag. Like there's oaths on every level. I just think sometimes Negroes get a little too, they go down the rabbit hole too deep, and they forget that you got to live your life too. Even if all of this is true, what can one man really do about this stuff?
You know, this is the situation here. And I've seen this, and I'm going to call it out for what I really believe happened. I think that Litz is right. I think that Deep was trying to pledge Iota Phi Theta. They came back and said, "Nigga, you ain't got the grades to play. I mean, the pledge. He didn't even make the line." And I feel like he's been mad and upset ever since. And I've seen this before too, like this angst, this animosity towards the Black Greeks. Go ahead, Litz. You about to say something?
No, to be honest, like just to jump off of that point, and this isn't for everyone, but I mean, the numbers don't lie. Any person I've ever come across that has hated any D9 organization, you then later find out that they were eventually trying to join. But listen, it has nothing to do with the organization itself. It has everything to do with that individual.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So, you know, from things that I learned, I mean, you know, a lot of the times people are trying to join these organizations to become something or feel like they need to be a part of something. And that's probably why they don't eventually join. The reality is this, is that the moment you begin to identify with joining anything, being a part of whatever it is, and rejection is involved, it's human anatomy. I feel like it's innate in us to go out and hate that one thing that we wanted. If you don't understand the separation between, you know, you trying to identify with that organization versus, you know, you just trying to be. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but
no, you are.
I think 1 + 1 = 2. I mean, we're very predictable as human beings. It's not hard.
What I've seen tonight was jealousy, animosity, anger, hatred, a lot of conspiracy theorist nonsense. And you would talk about the D9 before you talk about the hoodlums in the community. And that's absolutely terrible. And shame on you, Deep.
Yeah, that's
shame
right.
on you, Savage. Shame on you, Barnabas. Shame on you, his ghetto point of view. I get it, man. I know when you see the D9. I know when you see the jackets. I know when you see the letter. I know when you see the stroll. And I know it's like, oh man, why I couldn't be in that. I get it.
Yeah.
Trust me, I get it.
Those gold
I know
boots.
when you
His ghetto point of view, one of those. Yeah, get his ghetto point of view, one of those gold boots so bad.
I know when you see the fire chiefs and the police chiefs and Kamala Harris and I know when she throws up her little AKA sign, it's like, why can't I be a part of that? They all they do is beat each other. They have to do sexual stuff to get in. I get it, man. I get it. It's just jealousy. You gotta get over it. His ghetto point of view. You gotta get over it, Deep. You gotta get over it. I mean, even the fact that you said some bean pie selling niggas are all in these schools across the country. Man, what big, come on, man. It's the D9, man. Ain't no NOI niggas in Dallas. Ain't no NOI or Fruit of Islam people in Miami, Tallahassee. Come on, bro. Atlanta, you talk about Atlanta, nigga, that's Black Greek Central. Let's not do that, bro. I get it, man. I get it. when you look at our alumni, Martin Luther King, Thurgood Marshall, I get it, man. I get the jealousy. How come they not a part of our groups? Because y'all ain't got it like that. See, I'm gonna start just being open right now and dunking on people now. Because what you did today, Deep, was out of line by saying that the AKAs were in some circle jerk with a pentagon and set that hoax up. That's absurd. You did this, Deep. You bought that arrogance out of me. So now I'm about to curb stomp everybody that ain't in the Divine Nine or Eastern Star Masons now. I'm be talking about us, man, like that. Let me see who pulled up. Let me bring everybody back up real quick. What's up, Bones?
Hey man, come on, man. What's going on, man?
Bones, no offense, bro. You look like a member of Iota Phi Theta, man. To be completely honest with you, go ahead.
Nah, man, you don't see all that Masonic back there?
Nah, I can't see it. Oh, you're a Mason?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I came on here to give Ghetto a hand, man. It did seem like he was crashing out, but he got back on point. He out there. Come on.
There he goes.
There you go.
He looks so mad. Look at him. He looks so mad.
He looks so mad. Look at him. He looks so mad. Oh my God, girl, you see his nails?
Oh, he crashing out.
That sound like a girl sometimes, man. It's cool.
He crashing out, y'all.
CT.
Let him go, y'all.
Hey, CT, I do like that you admitted that a lot of your friends went down to Atlanta, and we know that's the capital for the Pride City right now, you know?
Oh God.
Nigga, please. That is not the capital. Get the fuck out of here, Sam.
Nah, if it ain't the capital, brother, it might be right next to it because Atlanta is definitely hot like fire. You know it is. Don't
It
start.
might be next to it, but it ain't the capital. I see more.
If it ain't the capital, it's right around the corner, brother. It is right around the corner. The flag swings around that. The flag swings around that way.
You expect me
staying out here.
You expect me to believe you before I got up here? You're talking about you want to say that we do sex things and whatnot, but before that, you mentioned your buddies went to Atlanta and it's hot down there for the LGBTQ.
Everybody isn't gay in Atlanta, though, man.
Everybody ain't gay in Atlanta. They just know somebody.
Savage shrinking, man.
Savage fucking with you, CT. Let Bones go real quick. Bones, go ahead, man.
Shit. I was just basically backing up what Ghetto was talking about as far as the conspiracy. You know, I'm a conspiracy theorist myself. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of different things that's going on that we're not acclimated to because it's normal. We're integrated. We're African Americans integrated into a white society. So everything that we do is according to their standard. If that standard is bad, it's bad. If it's good, it's good. But we're so numb to it because we're filthy right along with it. So
what do you mean, sir?
Brother Bones?
What do you mean we're filthy?
We coexist in this society.
Okay.
So let's put it like this. Y'all was talking about the D9 earlier. All my teachers back in high school, middle school, they was all D9. So y'all correct about that. They definitely put in work in the community. I'm not gonna lie about that.
Thank you.
But we're integrated.
Okay.
With filth.
What do you mean filth?
Okay, let's give an example. Let's say a school got shot up, 20 kids dead. Okay, I'm so glad it wasn't a black dude that did it.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro?
I'm giving an example. I'm glad that it wasn't a black guy that did it. Well, dang, we ain't say we hope that it didn't happen. You understand what I'm saying? We're all working.
To be honest with you, no, I actually don't. To be honest, what are you saying? Yeah, I'm not.
Can I ask Brother Bones a question real quick?
Yeah, I mean, hold on.
Let him get his point across.
I'm trying to figure out what he's trying to get.
What I'm saying is evil is evil. So if there's an evil deed being done, it don't matter who doing it. But what we have to realize is we live in an evil society. So the things that motivate you, the things that drive you.
Can I ask you a question, Bones? Can I ask you a question? Just me and Bones, real quick.
Come on,
30 years ago, there was a genocide. Where was that genocide at in 1994 in April?
A genocide in 1994.
In April of 1994. It was all the month of April. It was a genocide. Scientists believe over 1 million people.
You got to understand that I was born in 92. You're going to have to give me context.
Okay, so I'm just asking you, what genocide took on in 1994 in April?
You're going to have to give the context. Just spit it out, because I was born in 92.
It was the Rwandan genocide. Do you care about the Rwandan genocide?
Absolutely. I'm a humanitarian.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because I want to know, like, when do we, because you mentioned mass shooting in America, but I feel like you emphasize just America. There's things going on around the planet. Do you care about other things around the planet? Okay.
Yeah, yes, definitely. But we're integrated in America. We're a part of this. We're not separate. You're trying to separate the communities. Black people don't even have a community in America.
Black people don't have a community in America.
No, sir.
I can literally tell you a lot of Black communities in Cleveland right now.
No, sir. They don't control. They don't control everything.
Sir, the mayor of Cleveland is my fraternity brother.
Keep going.
The police chief is Black.
Keep going. Because it's like that. It's like that where I'm at.
Is ran by Black people.
I'm in Houston. The mayor of Houston is your fraternity brother.
Sir, Black people control a lot of cities, man. Literally, like the
we're not controlling anything, bro. We're the figureheads in these communities.
Figureheads.
Yes.
Do me a favor. Go up and slap one of these mayors that are Black and see if that figurehead status.
I wouldn't slap my own brother.
They're just figureheads. They're not real,
he
right?
Your brother and he my brother. He's an alpha and he's amazing.
Listen, man. You
they
can't
hold responsibility though.
They do hold responsibility.
They hold responsibility for the way our communities are. They're in those positions, and if someone's running them, they knew that, and they could have just stepped down.
Well, the way our communities are is a level up from the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. So the people that's in charge right now don't have anything to do.
I highly disagree. In the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, there wasn't 100 murders in a city where 100 Black people murdered another 100 Black people. That didn't happen back then.
No, you had white people murdering 100 Black people.
No, you
that wasn't even happening.
No, they did.
What?
In the 40s, 50s, and 60s, there was no cities with 100 homicides.
No, it wasn't cities with 100 homicides in the whole damn city.
Bro, okay, so
didn't happen.
So what happened during the LA riots?
That was in the 80s.
No, it wasn't. It was the 90s.
Hey, look, Bones. Listen, no disrespect, bro. You might be too young to even participate in this.
Rodney King was the 80s.
Because now you're all over.
That was the 90s.
You're talking about the 40s.
I might be wrong about that.
Yeah, the Rodney King riots is 92.
I know it was.
Yeah.
But Bones, here goes the thing, bro. You're talking about the 40s. Now we're in the 90s.
I'm saying that because you have to understand. You have to go through history in order to understand where we are right now. What you talking about?
I can tell you why we are where we are right now. The brother earlier he asked a question and everybody avoided it.
Okay.
The guy, his ghetto point of view, he said, "Where does the mental illness come from?"
All right.
The mental illness comes from the break in breastfeeding and the adaptation of a soul food diet. That's why people can't think, because we stopped doing that and picked up chicken and chitlins. And cereal.
You starting to sound like Brother Smitty. They're gonna say you crazy.
I don't care what nobody say. I'm intelligent. The world is dumb.
Very well said, brother.
I don't consume poison, so I know how to think. And it's so easy when you don't. That's your problem. That's why you have millions of panels and nobody can figure anything out.
The water too.
Okay. Bones. Hold on for a second. This conversation went down the rabbit hole because there was a scumbag, respectfully, he's still listening deep, who said that the AKAs orchestrated the Carlee Russell hoax.
Wow.
He also said that the Divine Nine is a cabal of people that orchestrate a lot of events. Now, me being a part of the Divine Nine, I got offended by it. It drove Lit to the call in. She's not going to mention her affiliation. We got offended because you guys are GDIs. you're not a part of the organizations. You do not know what you're talking about. And the fact of the matter is that what's appalling is that these organizations literally are the safety net that I believe keeps the Black community functioning on a day-to-day basis. If it were not for the D9, in my opinion, man, I really believe that Black culture would really collapse. But it's the most of my teachers growing up were in the D9. Most of my professors were in the D9. Most people I've done business with, most people who've helped me out are in the D9. When I hear people undermine the D9, it's like a spit in the face. Now, I don't mind Deep calling up doing that. I think he was an agent provocateur. I think he was in the CIA. He was doing that to have us all argue and bicker with each other. But that's what the conversation is about. So, Bones, do you believe that Carlee Russell was a part of a cabal of AKAs that orchestrated this hoax? That's the big question here. Go ahead.
No.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Can I make a comment on this Carlee Russell thing?
Go ahead, Reese.
I think this chick was doing something and didn't want to get jammed, so she had to come up with a really quick scapegoat to cover her shame. I'm not even gonna say what it is because I don't know. I have no clue. But I've sat with a lot of thieves and scheme artists before, and they often have their scapegoat in place before they do some BS. If you can understand that, like they'll put their defense is prepared in case they get caught. You know what I mean? And she kind of screwed everything up.
And that's what I believe happened. But Reese, you have a lot of people like, his ghetto point of view, and this guy named Deep. They go down these rabbit holes. They basically say that, the D9 are sitting around in a circle jerk with a pentagon, and we're just coming up with these elaborate schemes. And that's what the problem was, Reese. But thank you so much, Reese.
Well, Carlee Russell was not the biggest hoax of the century. They get us every 20 years with something. Every 20 years, they hit us with something on the two.
Yeah.
82, 2002, and 2022. And you know what all three of those were. I ain't have to mention them.
Savage, go ahead, sir. You got your hand up.
As a Christian, I'm offended that you say D9, as in God put some divine sense into these organizations and bless them into existence. As a Christian that you are, I'm offended.
They worship a different God, Savage. You can't argue with them.
See, I thought that we were cool now, his ghetto point of view. You're telling, Litsa, do you worship a different God?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. So what are you talking about, his ghetto
Yeah,
point
I
of view?
do, because, sir, the statement was made earlier. When you guys swear an oath to something else besides the Most High, you are taking your allegiance away from the Most High and putting it onto that organization. That is literally biblical, sir. And he made an excellent point, and y'all jumped way past that and went into a bunch of other stuff. That was literally the main point of his first statement, and that was an excellent one that nobody wanted to deal with.
Oh,
He's got a point of view. You don't even know the oath to make that assumption. That's
don't know
any oath you take besides the original one takes you away from the original oath. It's just, that's what it is. I'm sorry. Like, if y'all don't want to deal with that because it hurts, like, I get it.
It doesn't hurt. It's just.
But it's true though. Whether it hurts you or not, it's true, and you're reacting to it. That shows that it clearly bothers.
I'm not reacting. I'm literally just talking.
I
think if we're going to talk about who on the emotional spectrum scale has been the most, it's been you. I'm literally just having conversations.
Can I ask him a question? If what you're saying is true, that means every president of the United States of America is pretty much doing the same thing.
No.
They take an oath of office.
Yes, but again, I asked you earlier, can you recite to me the oath you took to be a probation officer?
Sir, that's not, I'm not, no.
He knows what you mean, Savage, that oath that you take for those organizations is far more significant.
The Bible says not to take oaths behind closed doors.
Thank
you.
The
oath to office is public. It's not a secret.
It's not an oath behind closed doors, exactly.
The thing that you won't talk about is a secret, right?
Listen, man.
Is there a punishment for speaking about your fraternity and letting people know things you're not supposed to talk about?
Yes, it is.
That's the point.
Our fraternities and sororities are literally upholding the Black community, and I've already said that.
I disagree, but you
could disagree all you want, sir. But you want to name another city, sir, another police chief, another mayor. Keep going on and on, sir. I can show you who has the real power.
You say those people have power, but everybody up here doesn't agree with you, and that's fine. You know, we're all entitled.
You don't have to agree with me, but I could just name a city, sir, and I could name the police chief.
Were they put into that position by people that look like them or people that don't?
Sir, who do you think votes? Who do you think votes in cities? The people, right? Who do you think?
No, that's not what I asked you.
You're telling me that Biden's running the show now? There's not people that are helping him along because it's cognitive decline.
You see, he'll make all these statements on other episodes, but today it's a special episode, so you know we got to give CT some breathing room and some grace.
Because the problem is that you guys really don't know what you're talking about. Like you really don't
know that.
Like, I can understand if we were talking
really
about.
Don't know that.
I can see if we were talking about China. You know, we're talking about Saudi Arabia. But you're talking about fraternal and sorority organizations, man. That you've never been in a room with all. You don't know what you're talking about. You really don't.
You say so.
And for somebody to say that we orchestrated the hoax, that's absurd.
That wasn't my position. My position, which I agreed with D on,
that wasn't my position either.
Was that she was able to get out of, like, how is she not? The news reporters were asking, y'all not talking to her? Y'all not gonna ask her any questions? Y'all are just waiting for her lawyer to tell you when she can come and talk to you?
Sir, last time I checked, you have the right to remain silent. Am I?
That's when you get apprehended and arrested, sir. Those are Mirandas after you are arrested. She is yet to be arrested. You don't have Mirandas before you're arrested. When do you have, as a person who actually worked in law enforcement, sir, tell me when you have Mirandas before you're arrested.
Sir, you have a right to remain silent, period.
You have Mirandas before you're arrested?
Sir, you have a right to remain silent, period. Whether you're arrested or not, sir.
You have a right to remain silent.
If a cop says I'm detaining you, which you're not arrested, hey man, tell me about such and such.
Her lawyer gave a open statement to the police. That isn't. She removed her right to silence at that point when she gave her lawyer permission to speak on her behalf.
I get it. I mean, I just don't get it. I don't get it.
I know you didn't get it when we were upset about that black woman allowing her son to shoot a firearm either. I know, because she's probably D9 too.
What Q prevented you from getting a job now? Because I'm convinced.
No Q never prevented me from getting a job. Q love me, but it's cool.
A Sigma, somebody could have prevented you from getting something.
No, sir.
Do you think the Q?
Oh, so you know the point of view. You know the Qs. Okay.
I know enough. Yeah, I know y'all think y'all know me because I come on the panel a couple times a week and show love, but like I know it's cool. So because I'm not agreeing with y'all today, y'all know my whole life story.
It's not about agreeing with us. It's that you guys are making some crazy allegations here about the Divine Nine, which are absurd because you have no facts.
No facts.
If you say so. So everything I sold, so the African Lodge 459, that's not a real thing, and the reason they came into existence, that's not real. The American Civilization Society is not real. The New York Colonization Society is not real. These Marcus Messiah Garvey working in tandem with these people, that's not real. Du Bois working in tandem with these people. None of these things actually happen because what? Because you say they didn't happen? There's no actual evidence of these things happening. There are white scholars who write better books about these things than black people. It's crazy how many white people be knowing our history better than black people because we get caught up in emotional narratives and never want to deal with the truth of what's going on in our community.
They're the ones writing it.
I mean, but you're just simply reading a book that someone stated.
I'm not simply reading the book, man. I clearly said I have lineage in both. I have lineage in both those organizations, and I personally walked the burning sands. And I said that I just didn't do a line step to walk the burning sands. I just didn't have to do a line step. I wasn't a step and fetch.
What is with you with constantly bringing up the strolling thing? Like, I'm telling you, man, you come off like somebody. No offense. Who's bitter that you didn't join one of the Divine Nine organizations?
Nah, I didn't want to actually.
But you keep bringing up strolling. It's like, why do you keep bringing up strolling? Like, do you think that's all?
Funny. It's hilarious.
Funny to stroll. Do you think that's all?
It is funny to stroll.
Do you think that's all that the Divine Nine does is stroll?
No, but it's one of their most popular things. They're more known for strolling than they are actually for doing work in the community, and that's so silly. They're more known for their jackets. They're more known for the canes. They're more known for the dances.
No,
Please
sir,
let me finish.
sir, that's college. College brothers and sororities are known for that, sir.
They're more known for those things than anything else in the world.
Sir.
They're not known for doing good work. They're just not.
I bartended for some of your guys a couple times, and a lot of these dudes was radiologists and engineers and surgeons and all kinds of things, man. And they're all over the place too. A whole lot more than the FOI. There's 1,000 Crips for every FOI.
This. I mean, no offense. That's a good point of view. You're talking about popularity. Okay, yes. When you were in college, yeah, the jackets are cool, the canes are cool, the strolling is cool. But listen, when you get older, don't nobody think about that shit, man. 30 and 40.
So you telling me in the original Freaknik documentaries, when them dudes were 30 and 40 years old, they wasn't still strolling in them Freaknik documentaries, sir? They wasn't getting with their younger brothers still strolling in them Freaknik documentaries? Yes, the hell they was. Yes, sir. The 30 and 40-year-old fools attacking women and strolling, and they thought that was a good time for the weekend. Cut it out, man. Cut it out. The document, the evidence is there. Sisters was literally just mad at all these Greek brothers the other day, and now we're going to act like none of that happened. Sisters was literally just attacking all these Greek brothers for going to these damn events, going to Atlanta, going to Freaknik, sexually assaulting women. This was literally just a conversation a few weeks ago. But now all these dudes is upstanding citizens of the community. Let's stop it.
Can I ask you a question, sir? Do you honestly fucking think that Robert F. Smith, if he was around bruhs, a bruh would say, hey, man, where your jacket at? Are you fucking crazy, sir?
If they were higher ranked than him, probably.
Higher ranked? Yeah, see, now I know you don't know anything about the divine. At all. Higher rank, sir. Let me ask you a question. Robert F. Smith he's 62 years old. Do you honestly, in a million years, think, sir, that if a college bruh came to him and said, "Hey, bro,
you said a college brother, that's not somebody who I think would have rank over him, I'd imagine.
Sir, okay.
You make these extreme arguments to try to sound accurate, and it's so silly because the answer was very clearly somebody who ranks higher than him, and you're telling me a college person would rank higher than him. How could they even have put in the pain to rank higher than him?
Sir, you don't know what you're talking. So even the fact that what you're saying now, I know you don't know what you're talking about.
You're right.
Higher than him. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. First of all, second of all, bro.
So there's no ranks. You're telling me in the organizations.
Bro, I'm not gonna sit up here and talk to you about my organization or any other organization. It's none of your business, none of your concern.
There's ranks in my organization, and I know if people are ranked higher than me in the organization.
We know it's ranks, but
if somebody higher in my organization says, "Sir, what you doing?" If they ask me about a particular thing, I'd have to respectfully answer because they're their rank. So my answer was, if that person ranked higher than Robert Smith, then yes, out of his obligation to that, he would have to answer.
Maybe if Robert F. Smith's dean is talking to him, but you really don't know what you're talking about, man. It's like honestly, it's comical at this point.
I know that's what you have to say for your audience. I get it.
I can't believe I'm talking this much about. Listen, bro. Listen.
Oh man.
Listen.
Throw them sixes up again.
It's ghetto point of view. You don't know what you're talking about, man. I know. D9, you just don't. Bro.
I know.
You don't. And I'm being honest with you.
You're right.
And mind you, the entire time you've been talking, me, Litza, have never said anything about the Masons. You notice that?
Because you guys, your frat brothers are Masons, so why would y'all talk about them? And that was D's whole point earlier. It's not the alphas, it's the people who move up to the Masons that he said do these things. And y'all literally skipped over that part of the conversation because y'all don't want to talk about the Masons.
Nope.
That's exactly what he said.
Nope.
Rewind the tape. That was as Savage said too. They said the ones who move up to the Masons are the ones doing these things, not the ones in the organization itself. Y'all took it to that to try to have a different conversation.
Point of view. I get what's going on here, bro. I get it. You were trying to play Sigma. I get it.
I would never waste my time. I would never waste my time.
Oh, Emmett Smith was a Sigma.
Why would I want to be Greek? Why would I want to be Greek?
I get it.
Who wants to be Greek?
Bro, listen, I get it. You said, oh man.
The Greeks came to my people for knowledge. Why would I want to be them? Like, it's so crazy. We chase behind our own tails being Greek. Who would want to be that?
Bro.
Are you serious?
It's not about who would want to be it or not.
I don't, so stop trying to act like I do.
The fact of the matter is, sir, it was brought up in conversation that the Divine Nine had something to do with the hoax. All I said was provide the evidence. It went down a spiral talking about cabals and the pentagons and all this nonsense. I'm just trying to say, where are the facts at? Did the organization itself call her and tell her to do it?
I have tons of facts. I don't know about D. That's on him to present the information for his argument. I presented the information for mine, and you keep jumping away from it.
No offense to you, bro.
I know.
And I'm gonna be completely honest with you, man. And let's I'm probably gonna have to speak for you on this one. Man, honestly, bro, you, Savage, everybody else, Barnabas, Deep, and you guys are really outsiders talking to us right now, to be completely honest with you, bro.
Thank you for continuing to admit that you trust Negroes think y'all better than somebody.
When the fuck did we say that?
You just said you don't know what we're talking about. We're outsiders looking in. Who's better? Who would be more apt? This whole conversation, you created this division, and then now you ran away from the division after you created it when other people on the panel were saying,
chaotic.
Are you an outsider? Go ahead, listen.
Sorry, everything in life is projection. That's all I'm going to say. Take how his ghetto point of view is responding to things that we didn't imaginary, like these imaginary responses.
It's so comical.
Just even your reaction, just to pretty much like settle the case in terms of like, hey, it's pretty clear that you guys don't know what you're talking about because it's an organizations that you're not a part of. And he literally took something from that in terms of being us thinking we're better than him. Listen, everything in life is projection. He is projecting whatever is going on interpersonally with him, and I'm gonna just leave it there. Y'all have a good night.
Yo, these fake therapists, I love them. I love these fake social workers. Y'all doing so much good in the communities. Appreciate y'all. Fake social workers, fake therapists, ruining the community with all this Ritalin and Zoloft and Percocet and Xanax, and they doing something good. It's trash. It's so trash what y'all doing to the community.
His ghetto point of view, I can almost
his ghetto point of view.
More talking than work, but
you right. I do more talking. You don't know how much work I do. I do way more work than talking. That's why I can talk a lot.
His ghetto point of view. You say that we think we're better. Do you know what the
No, you said that, sir. You said who has the most accolades? Who would do these things? You were the one that came up with the comparative things.
What? Sir,
you didn't say that, sir?
I did say that.
So then why are you acting like I brought this up? Why do that?
Anyway, do you know what the motto of my fraternity is, sir?
Tell me.
First of all, servants of all, we shall transcend all.
Doesn't mean people live up to that.
We're servants, sir, of the community.
Stop it.
We serve the community, sir.
So what about this article about your D9 sister who stole $200,000 from the Chicago schools that the feds had to just report it? So what about that?
You talking about Barbara Bird Bennett?
That happens in churches too.
No.
It's everywhere.
But we talking about these D9 people though, right?
So what the fuck? So let me
Sarah Jackson Abdillah?
Oh my God.
Sarah Jackson Abdillah?
They're thieves in heaven.
But he said that they take care of the community. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm talking specifically about the comments he made about they are taking care of the poor downtrodden of the community. No, they are stealing and robbing from people who they know are dumber than them.
Sir, I literally showed you one of my fraternity brothers who was killed in Cleveland serving the community as a police officer.
There are several people in the NOI who are police as well, sir. Literally, Mr. Farrakhan's son is a police officer. Like that's not a special thing, sir. Like they're not the only people doing that for the community.
I know exactly who he is, sir. You ain't gotta explain it.
So why are you acting like there's not NOI doing those things? You keep saying that there's not NOI in these communities.
Majority of police officers, you know, and I do, sir. If you condense the police officers in two groups, you know.
You keep talking this competition stuff, but don't talk competition. Pay attention.
Hey, Chaotic, do you know what scoop and run is?
No, what is that?
All right, scoop and run is a thing that started over here in Philly, right? A lot of these cops over here in Philly are your people, right?
Okay.
Scoop and run saves so many black lives every year. This is what they do when someone gets shot up on the street, right? Because a lot of times you can bleed to death in 7 minutes, and the average, EMT response is 9 minutes. That's why so many people die. Scoop and run saves hundreds. As crazy as Philadelphia is, we would have hundreds more homicides if it wasn't for scoop and run. You can add this up and count it as them contributing to the community. They're saving lives.
Did they create the scoop and run technique?
They did. It came from this police
specifically.
Department.
No, I'm asking. I'd like to know some history about it. That sounds amazing.
Yo, it's crazy. There's a couple other cities that's doing it now, but this saves a lot of lives. And
I guess he's asking. I think he's asking like who actually started it though.
This is nothing that was handed down from the higher ups in government. This is something this city decided they had to do something, so they just started it. Like some idea they came up with. Those people. I bartended for a lot of them, man. They hold high positions in society that help people. Surgeons save people's lives, dog. Engineers give us ease in life. They make life easier for us, but with the tech and the devices and stuff.
Is any member of NOI in tech has got
thousands. They actually have a whole STEM Files channel that I recommend people watch, where all their doctors and all their scientists weekly do.
NOI is out here chaotic.
They weekly do
still have the numbers.
Interviews. It's called the STEM Files. You should actually check it out, where all their scientists and doctors and their engineers weekly go on and do interviews.
I know how they move, so I live next
Called
door
the
to
STEM
a
Files. Check out the channel.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Their numbers aren't big though. There's not a whole lot of them. There's more Crips.
There's about 5,000 Nation of Islam members in the country, man. To be completely honest, man. Come on, he's got a point of view. You know, hey, go ahead, Savage.
Can you quit conflating my argument?
What's your
my argument was never that the Eastern Stars and the G9 and the Freemasons got together and used this poor girl. I never made that argument.
Okay.
My argument was that with this happening and them being involved, that makes me question it more.
That's literally all I said too. Thank you.
You can't tell me that I'm right or wrong for that opinion. And then you went on this tangent of all these great people that are in this great organization that couldn't do anything because they're great people. And all I said was, that's crazy. And you kept conflating another man's argument to my argument and then talking down to me as I was beneath you and didn't know what I was talking about. But I never made a statement.
I never said you were beneath me, man. I don't know where you guys are getting that from, man. I never said anything like that. I'm just saying, man, you mentioned that the girl's parents are Masons and Eastern Stars. So what?
Yeah, but again, the fact of the matter is the guy that killed Michael Jackson, his doctor was a Freemason. Young Thug's a Freemason. Like, these people aren't above approach of doing bad stuff. But so for you to pretend that the story didn't add up and there's something not right about the story from jump, to be suspicious of their parents being connected to this thing is not crazy. You're talking to me crazy and then telling me that it was probably some white provocateur that came over here throwing my race to a guy that didn't even have a picture, but I'm the only white dude you can see, and I didn't even make the argument. Like, you're just throwing grenades out here at everybody. Like, it's questionable. Can you admit that?
No.
Only because it involves the D9, he can't, brother. If we was having a whole different conversation about other organizations, he'd be right there with us.
But another thing of it is like, these organizations have influence, and to say that they don't. And the fact of the matter is if her parents knew about this plan, that right there makes a conspiracy. So to try to discredit the suspicion, regardless of who it is just illogical. Like, it's just an illogical thought. Like, if me and you are walking down the street and I decide to rob somebody while you're walking with me, people are going to assume that you probably knew something about it, even if you didn't. And that's a reasonable thought. But you're painting me as being some lunatic for asking a question or being suspicious.
Yeah, you did that shit.
Savage. They have to.
Like, the Knights Templar are above the Freemasons. Like, there's all sorts of organizations that go above and around this stuff, dude. Like, it's not crazy.
Carlee Russell acted alone. The girl is mentally ill.
That was the statement from her lawyer. She acted alone. That's a fact. They said she wasn't mentally ill, though, to be fair, CT. She did pass the mental evaluation, which is why they let her go from the hospital that night. They would not have let her go if she did not pass the mental health evaluation at the hospital.
They also...
There's evidence that she's mentally ill.
What evidence?
There's evidence.
What evidence?
Well,
the evidence is that she concocted a hoax that involved the entire nation. That's the evidence. Something's wrong there. Something's wrong there. That's a glitch.
Oh, you're right.
Is that a glitch or is that intelligence that she was able to get everybody to jump on the wave?
That's a bad joke, but yeah, man, that's crazy.
So with that same defense, every mass shooter, obviously, there's something wrong with them. They shouldn't get harsh punishment because there's something clearly wrong with them.
No, they should be punished hard, but they are crazy.
Why? It's a glitch. Normal people don't do that. Obviously, they're mentally ill.
Yeah, but you can't hold the rest of society responsible for a glitch. We can't all suffer because of one glitch. Those are the difficult decisions that kings and people like that got to make. Like, to save 1,000 people, you might have to kill 3.
Well, that's an elitism ideology, but yeah, you're right.
No, it's preservation. The first human impulse is preservation. So you have to do what's logical.
So it should be logical to throw Carlee Russell and anybody who does stuff like that under the jail.
Into the mouth of a volcano.
But because she can't even be seen by the police, it should lead people to say, whoa, wait a minute, how did she have all this clout?
They have enough evidence to charge her without speaking to her.
She admitted
any
to
normal any normal person would have got charged.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm gonna end it with the last conversation. Bronny James, I hope he recovers. He was a good kid. I don't think that he definitely is NBA ready. But now this has really sealed his fate. He's not going to go to him. He had suffered cardiac arrest. I think it was last night. Yeah. So it's breaking news. But yeah, this pretty much is sealed. I think it's because of the shot. But this pretty much sealed the deal with him. What do you guys say about it?
They're going to be calling this an Illuminati sacrifice in a couple of days. Some crazy. I don't know.
Oh, my God. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think your man HB actually might have had a point, though. Like, I never saw Bronny's game as that great. I thought he was always just hype.
Yeah.
Nah, he's trash. His brother.
I don't know if he's trash.
No, he's trash. Come on, for the level of teams that he gets to play on, he only gets to play on those teams because of his dad. You got to be nice to play on those teams. Look at some of the people he gets to play on the team with.
He's averaging about 11, 12 points, man. He's not that bad. I've seen his games. I don't think he's certainly not NBA.
CT, you know hoops. You know he's not even college ready. CT, you know hoops.
Listen.
CT,
I will admit,
a D1 school?
I was about to say that. No, I will admit I didn't think he was D1 ready at all. But he's definitely not going to go to the league, especially with this hanging over his head about this cardiac arrest. Go ahead, Savage.
Can you show me the evidence of why you believe it was the jab? That's conspiracy theory.
Sure. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Damn.
Go ahead, guys, while I bring this up.
That is kind of conspirity.
I like Savage
he has
with the good hard questions.
No, that's fine. That's
Savage, yo.
I have my evidence on deck. Here we go. Video. Oh, can you guys see it? Oh, no, I gotta bring it up. Yeah. Video of people collapsing on camera doesn't show vaccine reactions. Wait a minute. A compilation of videos show people collapsing because they have taken the C-19 vaccine.
Wow.
Now, AP's assessment is it's false. Multiple people featured in the video have clarified that they collapsed or appeared ill for other reasons. COVID-19 vaccines are not causing a large number of people to collapse in routine settings, medical experts say. Of course, they're going to say that. But
don't be conspiratorial, CT.
Wait a minute. There were a lot of people collapsing after the shot, but that's all I got to say. Hold on. Go ahead, guys.
I agree with you. But again, I need to see evidence of it because that's a conspiracy. Why would they put something out that would hurt people? Because I'm sure those people are good people. And I'm sure they know good people. And
Hey,
I'm
man, look,
sure
man,
they
we
work
can't
with
really
good
talk
people.
about. We really can't talk about that on YouTube. I just want to let you guys know. They can't talk about that. And
How many nurses and doctors that hand out those
I watch.
shots as D9?
We can't really
I'm
talk
watching.
about this.
I'm watching what I say.
Yeah, we can't.
I'm watching what I say.
Be careful.
I'm
Yo,
watching
it's
what I
so
say.
real. Legendary YouTubers have disappeared into thin air over one comment.
Yeah, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Yeah, this. Yeah.
Well, another thing, the government told us that Oswald acted alone. They said that was a clear-cut case of acting alone. But do you know what also happens to be right where Kennedy was? A huge Freemason temple right in the square of Texas, a real big one. Weird.
Oh my God. All right, man.
Those Masonic temples are always downtown, 100% of the time, in every city.
Yeah,
always
Nah, they all over the town, brother.
Either right on Broad
Not in my
Street
city.
or right on Market Street.
It's true. Any last words, guys? Go ahead, man.
Nah, I just wanted to come up and show you some love, Chaotic. I'm out.
Thank you so much, bro.
Yes, sir.
I just think it's unfortunate what ended up happening to Bronny James.
Yeah,
hopefully he able to bounce back off that, because he definitely will make it, especially if it has to do with something about nepotism. He's definitely gonna make it to the NBA, whether he average or not.
Let me ask you this: if he makes it to the NBA, how many points is he averaging for rookie season?
Same, 8 to 11 as a point guard.
Why are we assuming it's nepotism?
Because the whole NBA is nepotism.
Well, I'm assuming it's nepotism because the NBA is LeBron James. Just like when Palpatine says, "I'm the Senate," LeBron is the NBA.
Just because he's associated with his father doesn't mean his father is pulling strings to get him in. Maybe people aren't showing him favoritism.
His father literally said, "I want my son to play on the same team with me." His father literally said that, but that's all.
Yeah, but what he says and him trying to pull strings are two different things. Can you show me proof of him trying to pull strings?
Well, we know LeBron's pulls strings because he gets people to come play with him. Let's be completely honest. I mean, you want to go down the list of people he got to come play with them, or
can you show me physical evidence of him doing it? Like, can you show me like a memo? Can you show me a video of him talking to the bigwigs to get this thing orchestrated? Or are we making a sum?
Sound like we're being conspiratorial, CT. My
Nah,
God.
it ain't a conspiracy. It's plenty of NBA players that sons done. Shoot, his grandsons in the NBA now.
I'm totally willing to give you that, but if we're gonna make these assumptions, we gotta make assumptions.
I'll just show it to you. LeBron James made a big push to acquire Russell Westbrook this offseason. It's just one player. It's a lot more. This is from Sports Illustrated. The Lakers are somewhat at a crossroads all over their organization right now. A team built from winning this season has not played out the way that in any of them has hoped. Struggling to keep their heads above the 500 mark is hardly a success. Let me see where it says. Okay, here we go. But they are also sort of an odd place with Russell Westbrook. The Lakers' upper management reportedly gave Vogel the go-ahead to coach Westbrook. How? All right, let me go where it says LeBron got him to come. Let's see real quick. Wait a minute. All right, give me a second. Does this not just say it's not much of a surprise since LeBron helps to make decisions on every team he is a part of? Now, does that not say that right there? I'm confused. Does that not say that right there?
Yeah, but again, helping to make decisions, you're making an assumption of what that means.
Decisions to who he wants on his team, sir.
Yeah, but helps making decisions and nepotism are two different things. Are they coming to him and saying, "Do you want this guy or don't want this guy?" Or his son hasn't even played a game of college ball yet, so we don't even really. But my point of it, what you're reading, he could just said yes or no. That's what that reads, is he's just helping make a decision. You're saying that you know for a fact that he's doing all sorts of power plays and manipulation to get nepotism. And I'm saying I don't disagree with you, but I need evidence of the extra step.
Well, we're just theorizing. His son.
Oh, okay. As long as we can both agree that we can
I don't
theorize
know
about
anything
stuff.
about the business or day-to-day operations of the NBA, so I'm just giving my opinion off a base of what I heard him say. He literally said he wanted his son to come play with him. That's all I heard.
I want to play basketball with you.
Well, you're gonna lose because
dude, I'm like a foot taller than you. Let's go. Come on.
Let me see. Yeah, I mean, if we're on the same team, we might lose, man. Let me see.
I don't mean to burst nobody's bubble, but it's according to emergencylive.com, the Anglo-Saxon church started scoop and run in the 1960s because they didn't have EMT training. So I don't mean to burst nobody's bubble, but you guys
I didn't know where that came
stop
from.
the cap.
I'll look that up again. All right, guys, I got to get the hell up out of here. Any last words, man?
Chaotic, I love you. I love this. I love what you're doing. I am quite, as a Christian, offended, but I would love to play basketball with you. So I'm going to push and do all the things I can do to get you to play basketball with me. We can do a quick game, maybe down in Cleveland somewhere, like a private gym, because I'm sure you know somebody, because Divine and all. So you could probably get us a place, or it'd be safe. We wouldn't get shot or nothing. But yeah, I'm going to push to make that happen.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, man. I'm disgusted by this entire conversation. I didn't know that it was gonna go to the Divine Nine today for 4 hours. And it just really shows your jealousy and for the Divine Nine. It really does. And I get it, man. I get it, his ghetto point of view. You saw the Qs in their gold boots and they were stomping. I get it, man. I get it. Trust me, I do. You saw the Kappas twirling their cane. And you went to an informational and they said, yeah, bro, your 2.1 GPA is not good enough.
I got a 4.2. Cut it out.
Your 2. Yep. Thank you guys so much, man.
Yeah, this is always amazing, man. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Really dope, Pops.
Thank you so much for the pushback too, but you know I gotta always take up for the D9.
Listen, man, you gotta kick our ass when it's necessary. Pardon my French, but you know you gotta put on your gloves and swing for your team.
See, Seven Still says we will never find or see a father-son duo in the NBA. Probably not. Probably never. Pulsar says every medication has side effects, but not this one that was developed and released in record. Sure. The next and last John Jones fights will be bigger. Ooh, MMA sucks, by the way. Okay, I can't keep reading this. Let me see. Creative Invention says when the Snow Bunny talk, niggas wait their turn. But when black people talk, everyone talks all at the same time. Any last words, guys? I gotta get the hell up out of here. Go ahead, guys.
I totally understand why you are defending your gang. Peace out.
Hey man, those college workouts different than them high school workouts, man. He better pay.
That's what I was thinking too. I was thinking that he wasn't ready, and you know, a D1 school, they playing at a higher level.
CT, his dad.
He's gonna be like Master P's son, Romeo. He's gonna wash out.
His dad, LeBron. He's been playing with NBA players his whole life. He just don't got it. He just don't got it. And I got trashed for this 3 years ago. I said, yo, he should. You remember when the thing with Kawhi Leonard happened and he was trying to transfer teams and he couldn't get a good doctor that he could trust, and everybody was saying he was faking his injury. He just didn't want to come back. I said, yo, LeBron should take this opportunity to send his son to medical school, because a lot of players don't feel like they can trust the team doctors because the team doctors are always siding with the team and pushing them on the court too fast. And it ruins their chances at the next big contract because they hurt themselves and they can't pass their medicals. I said LeBron or some of these big players need to send their sons to medical school for sports medicine so that they can actually be the player doctors that these dudes can trust. And people tore me apart. Let him play ball. Let him follow his dream. Whatever.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, if he goes to school, he's not going to play ball at USC. Let's be completely honest, man. I don't think the school wants the liability of having that kid die on the court, because you have had a lot of NBA players die, or a lot of basketball players die like that. So I think the best thing to do is probably to major in biology or something. I mean, I'm pretty sure he wasn't like. I mean, let's be honest, man. He wasn't doing some academic shit at Sierra Kane, man. Be honest. I think the best thing to do is probably have that boy go to medical school, like you're saying. Yep. Yeah.
I think the players could benefit from having doctors they could trust, you know?
Yeah. Other than that, man, thank you guys so much for coming through, man.
Nah, it's always dope, man. I love it. It's always a good time. Appreciate the chat, man.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, bro. Let me see. Thank you so much, Bones. Guys, let me get the hell up out of here, man. This was a great show. Yeah, man. I didn't know it was going to go down this road today. I mean, blaming the D9. They just kept the D9 in their mouth all damn day. And I get it, man. They're jealous. They're jealous. You know, they see us and like, oh, man, you guys have some great members, man. How can I get in, bro? Well, it's too late, you know, for a lot of you. You know, and now you're gonna say that girl was set up to do this by the D9. That's absurd. It's insane. That's the craziest thing I ever heard in my life, man. It's crazy. Other than that, guys, salute to you all. Positivity's coming your way. Have a good one. Peace.